Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and tonight is our sustainable show where we talk about anti-war messaging, building a sustainable lifestyle for yourself. Maybe your kids want to move into a tiny house someday and outside in your backyard and take care of their mom and dad. Maybe you want to get your budget under control so you don't live in constant debt like so many people in our country. That's all about sustainability. Protecting our environment, getting rid of plastic waste, something Trump never talks about. These are big issues. Eating right, eating organic, non-GMO food, something I support, and I have a cooking show every Thursday where I feature great recipes for all of you to download. We have over 100 recipes for you to download the video of and check out how I make food, and I'm able to save lots of money over a long period of time. And I teach people how to do this. It's pretty simple. And it's my gift to you. So, in lieu of that, check out my website. Yeah. This is a site that gets, I guess, hundreds of thousands of hits a month. But you'll see that the hit counter shows about 11. And we've had proof from Max that the hit counters are absolutely being rigged. Yeah. It's just phenomenal how YouTube is doing this. And I got wind of this, that Mark Zuckerberg is working collaterally with Google to do whatever he can to stop us. I hear this from various people, not just one, and that they get lots of money to do this. Now, I've never made a penny doing this, and I've been doing it out of principle for the past 11 years. And every donation that we ever get has gone into a separate bank account, and we actually publish quarterly reports about any money that we take in, and we hardly get anything, which is bizarre considering we were earning a lot toward our goal, and then we went to this network and we flatlined once we came into Vaughn. When Blog TV was around, 4 years we were on Blog TV, we were the #1 show, and some federal informant bought up the entire network for $5 million. A federal informant who had written a book on pedophiles, or no, done a documentary on pedophiles. Yeah, very strange things. All these stories just keep coming together, and they're systematically trying to keep us down. Yeah, according to Max, and here's a picture that he did. He went into his show and saw this. I mean, this is a story in and of itself. Look at the censorship. It's phenomenal. How can I have 11 views? You can see 11 views in the bottom left, and I have 401,000 likes, but I only have 11 views. And he was able to pull this up. And I know Sarah wants to figure out how you did this so she can repeat it, because she doesn't believe this. 11 views, but 401 likes. Bizarre stuff happening in our country. It really is. Now we've got the coronavirus screaming out of control, all because Donald Trump allowed people to come into our country. We're now vulnerable as a nation, something I never would have allowed. I know many of you, like Final Dream was saying, we should not have brought anybody in for the past 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks. 5 weeks ago, I'm on record saying we should not bring anybody into this country. Now the 78,766 confirmed cases of symptomatic flu. That's just the tip of the iceberg. For every symptomatic flu person, there's maybe 10 people that are asymptomatic, not presenting symptoms. So there's probably close to 780,000 people now infected, faster than the rate that they thought it was going to create. And then the exponential curve of people getting this disease and then dying has grown. The kill rate's grown from 2% up to 3.8%, now with 2,461 known dead. And that's just what we know. The good news is, as you zoom out and go to America, there's only about 34 known cases in America. Yeah, there's 11 confirmed in Omaha, Nebraska. 1 confirmed in Madison, Wisconsin. 2 confirmed in Chicago. Boston has 1 confirmed. Nothing in the Northeast beyond that. LA's got quite a few. 1 confirmed. Right. It's not too bad in LA. I may be missing something. 1 confirmed. San Diego has 2 confirmed. 2 confirmed. 2 confirmed. The Bay Area, 5 confirmed. Sacramento, 1 confirmed. 1 confirmed in California. Seattle has 1 confirmed. So it's not really too much to worry about. Vancouver, of course, is a big hub of national Chinese coming into Canada and America, and they've got 6 confirmed. So we're doing okay, but the rest of the world is still suffering. But still, 34 is too many. Yeah. It's 200 now in South Korea. That's spreading. Do I have anyone under an NDA? No, I don't. I would never sign a non-disclosure agreement myself. I think it's dishonest. Well, like, remember Omarosa said she was going to come up with a book? She was going to write about how Donald Trump called her the N-word. You notice she hasn't written the book. In that same time period, Donald Jr. has already come out with a book. Yeah. And he bought all his copies, so it was on the bestseller list. He used Republican funding to do it, too. Yeah, that's one of the tricks people do, is buy up their first issues. And he used Republican funding to do it. Anyway, Omarosa won't write the book, I don't think, because she believed that Donald Trump and Giuliani threatened her, that if she violated the non-disclosure agreement that she signed, she'd go to jail. That's how Donald Trump keeps the lid on a lot of scandals that are going on in his office. But a district court ruling a year and a half ago in D.C. ruled that that non-disclosure agreements are not valid in the White House. Nobody in his staff can validly sign a non-disclosure agreement and it won't hold up in court. So this is something that I think Omarosa should know. She should have her attorney look into the case law for the District Court of D.C. About a year and a half ago, they ruled this. So I follow the news very closely, and I can tell you that anybody who's working for Donald Trump can easily talk about what's going on in the White House. So if something weird is going on right now with Carolyn Sunshine, a 23-year-old woman who, virtually YouTube star that Donald Trump hired to replace Hope Hicks, if something weird's going on there, I mean, it's incumbent upon her to say something's happening in the Oval Office, because she spends an inordinate amount of time there. Now, she's a very beautiful woman, as you can see, and there's no reason in the world why she would have to suffer under the constant groping excesses of a president that won't even repent for having committed adultery to his wife. I'd say, Carolyn, you're safe as the press assistant, but Hope Hicks publicly stated that she had to lie continuously for Donald Trump while she spent a year and a half sitting there next to Donald Trump in the Oval Office with the doors closed. Can you imagine? So Donald Trump had this woman a year and a half with the doors closed, and Hope Hicks the past year with the doors closed, and no one knows what the hell's going on in the Oval Office. Oh, but you love your president. You would never think that he would cheat on his wife. He already has cheated on his wife many times. So you say you removed the mask, and you've got some information about how you did it. Click the real info link above. Okay. The real info. Okay. Yeah, that shows I've got, right, 618,000 hits on sardine fritters, $2 for 3 meals. I got to tell you, that dinner came out great, too. I've got some old corn fritters, some corn grits from the 1990s that Sarah and I bought. And it is still good. And I'm making sardine fritters out of this stuff. It's amazing. It takes an onion and maybe a little pepper and some corn grits and a sardine can. It's really tasty. I got to tell you, I never thought this would turn out great, but it was. 618,000 hits. Now, I don't have those hits on the site. When I look at it, it shows me I have 4 or 5. They blocked all of my vision of that. So I don't know how you're unmasking these things. I hope it works out. Maybe you can show Sarah how to do it sometime. Okay, you're working on a full-page overlay to prevent manipulation at the source. Stay tuned. Thanks. Your mouth is watering thinking about those sardine fritters. I'm amazed. I make meals turn into really tasty things for very low cost. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, my steak and broccoli was, that amount of steak right there. See that? It's very deceptive to see this. This guy has 71,000 views to my 600,000 views. But that steak right there and broccoli, it looks great, doesn't it? But it's so loaded with salt. Portugal sardines, yeah, I agree. They are really good. Good quality Portugal mix. That's riddled with salt. You can see that there's teriyaki sauce all over it. It's like salt hell is what that is. But easy beef and broccoli stir fry, does it say how much it costs? No. Because that amount of beef, if you got like some really tender stir fry meat, that would cost you about maybe $12 in beef. So let's be real here. Nobody has $12 to put into a discount meal. Okay, lots of stuff in the news. Let's get to that right now. Bernie Sanders is projected to win the Nevada caucuses. Bernie Sanders seems to be pushing the limit on his populist appeal. Everyone in the Democratic Party is like looking at his numbers and going, wow, you really have a populist base. He does. He had a lot of people that supported him when he gave the election up to Hillary Clinton. And everyone knows that he gave the election up for cash. After Bernie Sanders lost in 2016 in the primaries to Hillary, he somehow managed to buy two $600,000 houses and a brand new sports car. But Bernie's making a run. He's shaken up the status quo. The status quo really wants somebody who's an AIPAC supporter. And Bernie's got a hard time with AIPAC because for some reason Bernie doesn't like Israel. And that's not good for the people that are running the world. They don't want him to hate Israel. So the question is, how much are they going to have to pay Bernie to take AIPAC money? Because I'm pretty sure Bernie's going to take AIPAC money once they realize he's in the lead. Bernie's easily buyable. He's a moocher. He's lived off free food in people's refrigerators all his life. He didn't work until he turned 40 years old. And then when he turned 40, he decided, when he became mayor of Burlington and married Jane, they went off to the Soviet Union in Moscow for their honeymoon. And now he's getting help from Russia. Yeah, the stories are coming out that Russia's saying they're helping Bernie, not Trump. See, Russia decided they wanted to do something to change their MO. Initially, they were saying they supported Trump for the re-election, but now they realize, well, that doesn't look good considering we know you cheated to make Donald Trump win. So now Russia is, unbeknownst to anyone else, pushing a plan to support Bernie. But Bernie's in a real problem area because he has to somehow navigate around, deny that he had a close relationship with the Soviet Union, and now say he doesn't support what happened during the election, but he didn't step up during the Adam Schiff days. Bernie was very silent in the Senate when Adam Schiff was delivering very poignant arguments showing Donald Trump committed felony after felony. Where was Bernie? But now it's a big issue for him. Oh yes, they collected the attorney, they attacked the election. We shouldn't have that. I sound too much like Donald when I do Bernie. This is Bernie Sanders in Russian, really. There he was. The wedding between him and Jane. They celebrated it naked at the dinner table with the Russians. Look at this. And Bernie's sitting there clapping right here. Look at this. Communist is butt naked in front of the Russian Soviet Politburo.
People sit at the same table at the party, and one side of the table starts singing a song. When they finish it, the other side has to sing their own song. What are we gonna sing? As director said, added to Litera's was today, the distinctive feature of our economy is competition.
I must say that the trip that Mr. Bernie Sanders brought to the Russian people showed the kindness of many Americans who are willing to become communists and approve of the communist methods. The time that Bernie spent in Moscow was very, very established. People were impressed that he and his wife Jane had come to Moscow to bring first American pizza in Moscow. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you my screen grab. As you know, I don't take kindly to people breaking into our country. And Donald Trump, when he stole my idea of a 1,000-mile fence and called it a wall, and somebody asked him who's going to pay for it, oh, Mexico's going to pay for it. Now he's stumbling around with only 100 miles of this shoddy slat fence that he created where you can slip kilos of cocaine and heroin through the slats. Hello. And all of these ideas he took from me, 15 ideas, he was unable to implement them because, now get this is the irony, is Donald Trump was given $24 billion by Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer to build the fence. I don't know if you remember this. The only thing he had to do was make a deal on DACA, the Dreamer kids. All he had to do was offer a moratorium on the kids so that we won't, evict them from America or deport them. That's all he had to do is like, well, we're going to give you a 5-year moratorium. Is that acceptable, Pelosi? That's all he had to say. And Pelosi would have granted him $24 billion. Now Trump can't scrape together $3 billion to build a 100-mile fence. Now I came up with a brilliant idea with your help, thank you, and the help of other people. The container fence idea was born in 2016 or 2017, I believe. And we began talking about this more and more, but we can do this for $1 billion. These containers are only about $2,000 to $3,000 a piece. We can deliver them to the location for under $500. So right around $3,000 we can get these containers in position, each one. No, Trump won't build anything. Trump has already built fences that could be broken into. What is wrong with you Trump-tards? Are you that stupid? Promises. He's had 3 years to build a fence and he can't even build it 100 miles. What the hell's wrong with you people? If he were a mechanic or a plumber coming to your house, your water heater would still be down and you'd all be showering in a cold garden hose for 2 years. If Trump was your plumber. Containers will work and you've been removed for being an idiot. Now what we have to do is, number one, paint them one solid color. Can you come up with a color? What color would you like? Brown, green? Brown won't show much dirt. Brown? Would brown be good? Okay. Beige? I like brown, like California brown. Okay, well, when we choose a color, then we paint it with a good solid acrylic, which will prevent rust. And then we spray paint it with hydrophobic material. We're talking material, it's almost like a permanent coat of frictionless material that never breaks down. They use them on fly fishers, use hydrophobic material. Because the fly, when you throw the fly thing in the water, you don't want bubbles attracting on top of it. It actually scares the fish away. So we spray it with this stuff that repels water. Then nobody can climb up that. You could even hit magnets on there and try to go up, and the magnets will slip right down. Nobody can get up that. So you can scale something like this with a fence, right? But we're going to actually get concertina wire. You know, the kind that Trump has been wasting money on to cover up his stupid half-assed fence? Yeah. Concertina wire can be put very easily on the tops of these things, and it's super easy to mount and weld in position. And if you can imagine this on top of there, across the whole top, that's what's going to be a strong, solid guarantee that nobody's going to put a ladder up there and land in the concertina wire. And if they do, we'll have sensors on top that will sense everything that happens. And the sides, somebody said, hey, you can't put housing in these containers here, Dave. They'll break through the sides. They'll go inside and they'll get a settling torch. No, they won't. I'll tell you why. Because we have a shotcrete solution that will spray against the wall. Now I'm going to show you how they can do this. They put a little like chain link next to the wall, and they can spray. See that? They can spray shotcrete onto the back of the wall with chain link, and we can actually put fiber optics in there so that we'll know if anyone breaks through that wall where it is exactly. This is something that's totally doable and very cost effective, whereas Trump's slat fence is just a joke. I mean, like I said, you literally look at it and you can slip kilos of heroin between the slats. So now drug dealers go down there with mules, and they just take one guy on the U.S. side has to sit there and receive them, and they put their hand out, and the mule hands out the kilo that's perfectly wrapped and puts it right through the slat, 1 kilo at a time. Oh, 1 kilo, 1 kilo. Eventually they have 50 kilos through the slat fence. What were they thinking? Are you people that stupid that you voted for Trump? Of course you are. You have no idea how screwed we are. No idea at all. Well, Trump just brought 35 corona victims into our country, maybe even more. There's 550 in March Air Force Base that could be contagious. The people that are, seriously ill are the ones that I'm concerned about. No kilos for you, man. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Now, Twitter seems to be going after Bloomberg. Bloomberg didn't do that bad. But Twitter is now the engine of the social engine, and Mark Zuckerberg, who supports Donald Trump, is trying to, get his friend at Reddit and Twitter to stop pro-Bloomberg accounts. Here we go. Twitter suspends 70 Bloomberg boosting accounts posting identical messages of support. So this they think is an auto tool that Bloomberg is using with all his money. He's hiring people to, promote it. Hey, Digger Dave. So Bernie just won the Nevada caucuses. Groovy. Yeah, considering it's Trump territory, big deal. The Republicans own Arizona. Or Nevada, sorry. Yeah. Bloomberg has Judge Judy on his side now. Oh, yeah. Guess who else he has on his side? That's right, Clint Eastwood. Go ahead and make my day. The question is, just get Mike Bloomberg in there. Clint Eastwood distanced himself from Trump. He backs Mike Bloomberg. Yeah. Now, Mike Bloomberg has the personality of a small toad or rodent. So not an exciting guy. But, oh well. Clint Eastwood backs him. Okay, let's take a look. Go ahead and make my day. Question is, do you feel you're lucky? Well, do ya, punk? Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay. Sorry, that was just a song playing in the background. I'm going to bring the article in now. Fox News has it. Clint Eastwood backs Mike Bloomberg, wishes Trump would be more genteel in office. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Clint. I like Clint. Man, he's getting old. Bless him. Here he is. He backs Mike Bloomberg. Best thing we could do is get Mike Bloomberg in there, yeah. He describes himself to the Wall Street Journal as a libertarian who has respect for other people's ideas and is willing to learn constantly. Wow, that's kind of cool. He added that he'd like to see President Trump act in a more genteel way without tweeting and calling people names. Yeah, That's assuming you're dealing with a person who's all there. Well, thanks for, supporting rich billionaires really doesn't make Clint Eastwood my favorite guy, I'll tell you that. You know, anybody can support billionaires. But supporting a billionaire in this day and age is like more of the same with Donald Trump. One of the things that I offer is I'm not a billionaire. Right, that doesn't mean I'm not a trillionaire, because as you know, there are trillionaires out there. So technically, if I were a trillionaire, I could say I'm not a billionaire. The Rothschilds have trillions of dollars. You do know that. Of course you know that. Well, the Rothschilds have been the one people that do not want you to know their net worth. So they've gone to great extent to alter their appearance and make themselves look different. Jacob Rothschild, for instance, if he were to behave younger, would gladly tell everyone, vote for Dave, if only he could. But as you can see, he is a rather old-looking man and can't really pretend to have a lot of money, so he had to do some facial recognition changes and come up with a different face. But I believe he looks better now. So of course they don't want anyone to know that they have trillions of dollars. Makes sense, right? Malcolm X predicted the future, really? But Bernie the communist would become the Democratic leader? Okay, let's see if he predicted Bernie the communist. Bernie said it's a low blow. All his policies are communism. Medicare for all. That's going to cost $25 trillion over 10 years. Who in the heck has that kind of money? We're already $1 trillion over budget every year. The Democrats don't want to talk about that. Here is Malcolm X. Warned us more than 50 years ago. The media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and to make the guilty innocent. And that's power, because they control the minds of the masses. The press is so powerful in its image-making role, it can make the criminal look like he's the victim and make the victim look like he's the criminal. If you aren't careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Case in point, Donald Trump. I mean, this is absolutely what the media, mass media, and the mob that created Donald Trump is all about. Okay, the difference between Medicare for all, which Trump is, or what Bernie is talking about, and he says that we don't have medical support for people right now. The difference is we do. We have Medicaid for all right now. And I don't think people realize that if you run out of medical insurance, Medicaid will cover it. None of you who get sick in America will not be treated. All of you will be treated. Seriously. And the Democrats have been pitching this BS story for years. That brought us Obamacare, which cost us $300 billion more per year. It originally cost $350 billion, but Trump cut them back $50 billion in non-payments. But $300 billion extra a year for Obamacare. All the while, we've already had Medicaid for all. This whole time, we've had Medicaid for all. And the comprehensive plan we have with a public option, not mandatory, mind you. You don't have to buy into it if you don't want. The comprehensive plan we have will actually fall back on the existing system if there's any problems. I built a plan that will work its way into lower cost health care for all of us. It will save our country millions, billions of dollars, unlike the single payer plan, which is what Medicare for all is. Unlike the single payer plan, I'm not going to bilk the workers of America for the non-workers. Bernie is. The Democrats want to. Bernie didn't thank me in his speech. No,
if you
don't
start
make up
reading
stories.
top psychology
we've had enough
listicles,
people
you might
lying in
come
our
across
show.
this
I look surprised.
statement.
The last thing we
Supposedly,
need is
no
people
one who was
lying in our
born
show. Bernie, there's a gag order about anybody talking about me. Nobody can talk about me and still keep their position in the mass media controlled world. I've been censored for 11 years. They're not about to let this cat get out of the bag. But your word of mouth is helping us break that terrible censorship that's been affecting us for years. So the more you tell people about us, the more it's going to pop eventually. It's about numbers. We literally need millions and millions of people talking about us.
So during the Nevada debate,
A Canadian explains how Bernie's Medicare for All will benefit unions. I don't know. People support. Basically, Medicare for All will cost the businesses in America, which are already on the edge, and all the workers in America. Well, if Bernie's thanking third parties, it's not help thanking me directly. You know, Amy Klobuchar used my idea of double the Pell Grants in one of the debates. And she was asked, where do you come up with your ideas? And she said, from the internet. Now, she did not say from David Sponheim. She did not say from the America's Third Party show. She said she got her ideas from the internet. I'm not corrupt, and I'm not corruptible. And if you don't put your trust in somebody as important as an honest man, then you blew it. Your vote is wasted if you vote left or right in this election, because you're dividing the country. You Bernie supporters are not going to unite the country. Believe me, the Trump supporters hate Bernie. You Trump supporters are only going to divide the country because, believe me, the Democrats hate Trump. Yeah. Here's a good a meme. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for coming in. Here's a good meme for tonight. Here you are. Here's your choice in the election. ATP's down here. You got a chain on the pen, and you can only type in the top two categories. Thank you for making that. That is wonderful, Scissor Fight. You do some great work. That's really clever. Thank you. No, Sarah is going to be on in just a second. William Shatner, our celebrity chatter. Thank you for coming in. William, you're an amazing guy. Yeah, you're very hep. We know you're very aware of what's going on. And gosh, you are amazing. You're born in 1931. I don't want to remind you of that. But yeah, you look pretty good for your age. Yeah, look at that, folks. William Shatner. Amazing. You look great for your age. How do you do it? Look at that guy. How does he stay so youthful?
He's low key. He smiles a lot.
He's low key, yeah.
Doesn't get angry.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and remove myself from the show and bring in Sarah.
Apex doesn't want me on the show. He said for you to tell me to go away.
No. Sarah is the backbone of our show. She keeps me going because I get to make dinner during these time periods. She gives me the breaks I need. I couldn't do the show without Sarah's 2 half-hour breaks. I'd have to play videos for you. Okay, I've got a screen that you can bring up at the top of the screen.
Okay, I'll work on all that. I'll work on that too. Thanks. Okay. You wanna we'll make dinner, huh?
Yeah. I wanted to save this in my image library first. So.
Yes. No, T. Tommy, I'm not any boss. The only law I lay down is the law in my classroom, which abides, of course, by the law of the United States. Washington State. The laws just get tighter and tighter and tighter as you go into the classroom. All the other laws it abides by.
Yeah, her training
the
is
city of Oak
exemplary.
Harbor and district policies. District and school policies.
Yeah, and I'm gonna copy that prediction from Max too. That was brilliant. The Malcolm X prediction. That was amazing. A real solid warning about the power of the media and what we have today.
Image making role can make the criminal look like he's a victim and make the victim look like he's a criminal.
Right.
If you aren't careful, the newspapers will have hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Wow.
Yeah, it's like he's talking about Trump, and you know his actions are indicative of criminal, and he's being lauded as the greatest guy in America. Everything he points to Trump committing felony after felony. He just committed quid pro quo again in New York, and we've profiled that show recently. He's threatening New York If they don't drop the tax evasion case against him, he's going to hold back certain rights and privileges for immigrants in New York. It's just people coming into the country through New York are normally fast-tracked. He's going to hold them back. So he's penalizing a state with his power, Donald is, in order to threaten New York to drop tax evasion charges. You can't do that. That's total breach of power, misuse of power. It's just unbelievable. He thinks he's got a license to do it now because he's done it with Ukraine.
Thanks, nerdy.
Why vote? Well, Slim, if you write my name in and you've never voted before, and there's write-in voters all across the country who are doing that, this will actually be a bigger number of voters than the number of Democrats, Republicans. 55% of our country do not vote and can. Only 45% do vote. So if we get the vote out and they write my name in, anything's possible. The numbers are actually in our favor. Believe it or not, if we got people out to vote in this election and everybody just said, hey, I'm going to register as an independent in my local county, and then you get out and write my name in, it will make a major difference.
And you can work to get David on the ballot in your state as well.
That's right. So Medicaid for All is our big buzzword we're going to be using. We already have it. It won't cost you any extra taxes, and we're going to build a system around it that will save this country lots of healthcare costs. That's the key, is to lower the cost of healthcare.
Most states you can just write a name in. In some states they won't count a write-in vote unless so you have to work to get David on the ballot in those states. But you can contact your state board of elections and they can tell you how to get David on the ballot in your state. Okay, I finally have one of your links upstate that David actually clicked on. How do we pay for healthcare for all? David talked about paying for it with a system similar to insurance, where people paid into an insurance-like program, but it would be a public insurance. And he claims that he wants people to pay $60 a month, something like that. Well, it requires people and signatures to get David's name on the ballot. Big hug. So, do you want someone to just buy their way into the presidency? Because otherwise, that's what it will take, is people paying people to go and collect signatures. So, a new study from the Mercatus Center at George Mason University is making headlines for projecting that independent Vermont Sanders Medicare for All bill is estimated to cost $32.6 trillion. There was a study out of the Cook-funded research center, was initially provided to the AP with Associated Press with a cost estimate that exceeded previous ones by $3 trillion. So they looked at how it would lower administrative costs and provide savings in areas like drug spending. You don't get tired, you just probably have a really good diet now, right, Daryl? Currently, we pay twice as much as our peer nations, and Medicare has 3% overhead. So they say there's increases in the utilization of medical care. One of the issues I have with healthcare reform, yes, you're right, many people are foregoing care because of cost. One of the big issues I have with medical reform is we're going to need many more doctors, and I don't like the fact that in the Affordable Care Act, they actually put a limit on how many people can be admitted into medical school. And I don't know how many people have applied to medical school and been turned down, but I just kind of found it ridiculous that there even is a limit on how many people are accepted. I think it should be you're accepted, but if you can't perform, then you're put on academic probation and then dismissed from the program. Instead, what colleges tend to do is they admit people and then they don't get rid of people that don't perform. What's your thoughts on Apex? You claim to be gay. What's your thought on people who are gay who claim to be religious? What's your thoughts on Hey, Home Slice. Hello, Richard Einstein. And is that you, Brother Dave? You would like to ride the rail with me? No. And Joe is eating peanut butter. I never commanded you to eat peanut butter. I like peanut butter, but you don't need to do it. Yeah, I find it absurd that the AMA has limited the supply of doctors. That's increased one of the reasons that we have such high costs. Okay. Thanks, Apex. Thanks for your opinion. And Max says there are so little doctors available that nurses have been given more rights, like the rights to deliver baby, prescribe drugs, etc. Yeah, the Affordable Care Act just seemed to like bow down to the big pharma and the industry rather than actually increase costs rather than lower costs. And I don't know if more people are covered or not. Yeah, it did not have any price controls at all. Oh, thanks for that reminder, Apex. I know, I think you're right. Maybe I should go quarantine myself. The government said they wanted everyone to have a family doctor within 3 years. That was 15 years ago. And still not everyone has a family doctor. Oh, and in Quebec they give a seriously hard French exam in order to practice or become a nurse. So most anyone who wants to be a nurse just like, I just won't be a nurse in Quebec. Florida is trying to give nurses more responsibilities, and you're against that. What about nurse practitioners? Those people go to almost as much college. Well, they do pretty much go to as much college as doctors, or at least almost as much college as doctors. Oh no, thank you, Apex. Ooh. Oh, you mean no? And Upstate says nurse practitioners have much more training. Yeah, and they can prescribe drugs and they can do other things too. I am a little bit tired. Sometimes, Joe. 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. I'm not wearing those kind of boots. I'm just wearing slippers right now, Big Hug. Why do you want to see my slippers? I am a little bit, I'm okay. Yeah, what's with that final dream? I don't get it. I think that I'm going to just read the news and I'll put the news on top of myself. I think that's sad. What's this coming to? The first headline, Bernie just declared war on the Democratic establishment. He won the Nevada caucuses. With a wave of young and Latino voters. Can Bernie Sanders be stopped? Oh my goodness. Is he unstoppable? I sure hope so. And new cases double in South Korea of the coronavirus. The I thought you were gay, Apex. Oh, interesting. Quebecers don't want immigrants to do the same jobs as whites. That's sad. You didn't just say that you're gay earlier? Oh, then I guess I'm wrong.
President Trump has once again delivered on his promise.
Apologies. So there's a Supreme Court ruling that will make it more difficult for immigrants to obtain legal status if they use public benefits like food stamps and housing vouchers. While this litigation continues, this rule will be in effect nationwide. It will go into effect starting on Monday. No, big hug, why would he? David claimed Sanders basically gave the nomination to Hillary last time. Oh, goodness. Check this out. Okay, I guess I'll play it for the room after seeing it twice. You can check out this artist. That's how he created his art. Decided to paint it all black. Where do I think I will go when I die? The question was posed. I will continue to be an angel. But instead of just being able to help one person at a time with my physical presence or however many people I can help digitally, then I'll help a lot more people simultaneously as an angel. Well, says you, Apex. He thinks angels are not real. Good job fixing something. Maxed out credit. A Palo Alto couple has been found alive after vanishing a week ago during a hike. What are you talking about, Dairy King? I don't do any of what you guys are implying. You went detecting today and you found more worms. Well, that's what happens when you go detecting in the dirt. Have you found any other things? I'm glad you found worms. You can always use them for fishing. Wow. Friends cast were just on a break. They're having a reunion special on HBO Max. There's a rocket crash landing in the desert in Barstow. Mike Hughes, 64, died in that. Wow. He was a daredevil. I'm so not into UFC fighting. I'm actually really not a big sports fan. Oh, NASA satellite images reveal a dramatic melting in Antarctica after a record heat wave. Record warm spell. Oh yeah, and that's pretty cool that you can find all those little old Civil War stuff when you go detecting down in the South. Oh, there's a species of bacteria that's colonized the space station's water dispenser. That's not good. Can't even leave the viruses and bacteria here on Earth, man. Beetlejuice has dimmed suddenly, perplexing scientists. I don't know if David's going to be on the Massachusetts ballot in November. No, I have not worked on ballot access this election cycle. I have worked on it in the past. It's a lot of work. I have other things that I'm concentrating on now. Wow, that's sad. Can I recommend a good sci-fi movie to watch late tonight? The Island is a good sci-fi movie. I like that one. I've been trying to watch Lost in Space is a good sci-fi series. I've been trying to watch that one that Max said. What is it? The Expanse. But I've gone back and I started at the beginning and I just, I don't know. There's something about that show that I don't like. Well, you can write his name in Iowa for Sponheim. I don't know, Apex. There. Everybody's Pirates giving you all of them. No, I'm not familiar with any of those, Apex. I have no familiarity with those. Aww. Oh, kitty, that's so cute. I'll leave that for David. He'll like that. The worm. I love waking up early. Oh, look, a bird. And it's a worm. Early bird gets the worm. I'm just gonna start poof, poof, poof. And there you go. I just wanted to get rid of some people that were not very good. I agree. If Bernie is the candidate, the Democratic candidate, I don't think it'll look good for Democrats. I don't know which site you're referring to. Maybe you can put a space between each letter and whatever name you're referring to, William Shatner. Otherwise, it's censored here on Vaughn. Oh, I'm just gonna minimize that. U.S. health insurers and providers spent $812 billion on administration in 2017, representing more than a third of national health expenditures, or double the 17% that Canada spends. Wow. No, I just need a better microphone. I like my house. Survey: people who nap are more productive and happier. No, the Rio Carnival is kicking off. I haven't heard that, but that is interesting. I love fries. I could see that happening. Oh, got it. I haven't. Yeah, what a strange username. Ask David to unban you. That is pretty hilarious. Man, it's so much work working in a garden. Man, that guy is doing a lot of weeding. It is so much work. I like gardening, but I don't really like all that work. Are you going to be nice? Okay, I don't like banning people, so you're unbanned. Partly answers it, yeah. How we would pay for it.
Alrighty. Yeah, so just go ahead and heat up, cut off the chicken you want, and then heat it up separately, and then just hot vegetables.
Okay.
Lots of medley on the stove you could have.
I had to take some.
Oh,
I just took some.
what happened?
What's that stuff? The flu. Well, not flu, but
Zycam.
I took some airborne
Oh, you feel something coming on?
in my throat, a little bit
Okay.
dry.
Dry throat. Okay, well,
or
good.
Scratchy. It's feeling better though.
Wow. Okay, scratchy throat. I'm so sorry. You had to go in the other room and get a cup of water?
I did that before I came in here.
Oh, my goodness. Well, take the night off. Seriously.
I don't
Rest
have
up.
to.
No, it's okay. Yeah, Philip Haney's dead. The guy who...
But you might want to clean the smells.
I just
But
won't touch that, yeah.
I've been, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck. You know, there's a lot of flus going around. So you guys, if you have flu symptoms, it could be any type of flu.
It's probably just, it might not be anything. It might just be tiredness.
Sure. Okay. Take the night off. Enjoy yourself. Have a nice meal and
No, I can
relax.
come back later, I guess.
I don't think I'm okay right now. She just presented with symptoms. So
Yeah, you were exposed to the same thing that I was today, so.
yeah, but this thing takes up. There was an older man in China who took 27 days to actually South Korea 27 days to show symptoms. He was exposed 27 days ago, and he just started showing symptoms. So, no, she doesn't. She just has the feelings of a scratchy throat. So that's the first sign of, there's lots of flus going around. Oh my God! So you got cellulitis and pleurisy from the hospital? Well, you don't get pleurisy from the hospital. That's related to your heart. But being in a hospital, as you know, Max, puts you at a very high risk of getting a disease. Okay, this is the big news tonight. I showed it earlier in the pre-show, but I'll bring it in right now. Philip Haney, dead. See something, say nothing. Author commits suicide. Gunshot wound. He just met a woman after he buried his wife last year. He was very happy. They say the day he committed suicide, he was very happy. I'm not picking a running mate. I'm asking you to get my name out there, and if you can't do that, what's the point of a running mate? We can talk about the bleeding of the eyes. Yeah, this is indicative of something much worse than a common coronavirus. And we looked at the lake last night on bats. Bats are completely, infected with coronaviruses, and they live with them. So there's all kinds of different coronaviruses. Bleeding of the eyes is not one of the symptoms of pneumonia. I do have corona masks, yes. If Sarah continues to present with any symptoms, I'll have to quarantine her in a separate room. Yes. No, she needs her rest. Part of her deal is she doesn't rest enough. She works so much, she's like overworking all the time. Whereas I'm obviously working at the show, what I get no money at all from. But I'm in retirement, so I don't really care. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Max. Hope you do recover. Yeah. So it's dry lung with mucus, pleurisy. So Max, are you a female? Because you certainly appeared to be a man on the screen. So now you're a female? I think Max got it wrong. Max is a dude. Let's get back to Philip Haney. He was whacked. Saying he was a suicide is ridiculous. He's died at the age of 67. That's pretty young. Wow. He previously said that he did at the Department of Homeland Security what he did with bugs, he followed the trail and found the nest. Haney was a founding member of the Department of Homeland Security in 2002. His first role in the department with Customs and Border Protection, was an agricultural officer. Previously, Haney had worked as a scientist in the Middle East. He was later based at the National Targeting Center in D.C. when he was promoted to work at the Advanced Targeting Center. And he retired from DHS in 2015, but he was very critical of operations that were going on under Obama. I don't smoke anything. You notice how I'm getting a sympathetic, I just touched my hand with my face because nothing touched my hand. So I'm getting a sympathetic kind of a feeling for Sarah now, and I'm thinking maybe, I'm starting to get some mucus develop in my nose area. No, I don't smoke. I vape, but I don't smoke. Wash your hands. I do. I wash my hands a lot. Anyway, he ruffled the feathers of the Obama administration many years ago. But to be found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, he'd been missing since February 19th, so for 3 days he was discovered inside of his car outside of San Francisco on the morning of Friday. Here he was speaking. He claimed he could have prevented the San Bernardino attack had the proper tools been put into place. We've got this video later tonight, but I'll play a portion of it right now.
Yet the Department of Homeland Security is blowing the whistle, contending that his superiors shut down a program that might have provided an early warning on the terrorists behind last week's attack in California. We will speak with him in a moment. But first to Trace Gallagher with the backstory. Trace?
Megan, for background, we should note in the early 2000s, Philip Haney was among the founding members of the Department of Homeland Security and was later assigned to the Intelligence Review Unit, or IRU. His job was to investigate individuals with potential links to terrorism, and it was in that capacity that Haney says he noticed a trend of people with suspected radicalized ties coming into the United States. So he began looking into a collection of global networks that were infiltrating radical Islamists into the U.S. In other words, Haney and his team were getting somewhere. But a year into that investigation, Haney says they got a visit from the State Department and the Homeland Security Civil Rights Division, who said that tracking these groups and individuals was, quote, problematic because they were Islamic groups. Haney says the investigation was shut down and 67 of his records deleted. Among them, an investigation into an organization with ties to the mosque in Riverside that San Bernardino terrorist Saeed Farouk attended. Haney believes if his work had been allowed to continue, it may have thwarted last week's attack. Haney.
Well, that's nice to know, but I still go with the conspiracy theory, Scissor Fight. I go with the conspiracy theory that there were three men in black, according to a woman at the scene, shooting these weapons, not a small woman and a man with eyes that look like he's on heroin. And then it immediately became clear that this was all kind of a put on it. So Haney may have been accurate in that statement if indeed there was somebody who... No. No need. Thank you, though. I'm very content with my choices. Well, yeah, she's a beautiful woman, Sarah is, and you have every reason to be attracted to her, but she's not available. So I'll play all of this tonight later, but I mean, clearly Haney could have filtered out a lot of situations. I knew a person who knew a person who knew a guy at the FBI. Kind of like third person removed. I knew a person that could have prevented 911 had they not been fired. Whoa, that's cool. I like that. That's a very nice way of painting a black paint and then putting all that on there. It's pretty cool too. Yeah, I like what he's done. It's art. He's an artist. It's a modern art tool. Very cool. Next. Space, the final frontier. You know what she should watch tonight is Star Trek. It's on Prime. Okay, we'll look at that later. I can't copy that because that's copyright. All right, that's in the hopper for tonight. Thank you. Let's see what else we have. Oh. The Koch brothers-backed think tank finds that Medicare for All would cut healthcare spending and raise wages. Whoops. Exactly. I would agree with the Koch brothers on this one. Normally I don't, but Medicare for All is just the single-payer plan. The Democrats are trying to pull one over on us again, hoodwink us. That's why I have Medicaid for All, which we already have, and works pretty well. We can fall back on this. My plan for the public option is to get the government to compete in the free market, not the Democrats' idea of taking over healthcare, shutting down private insurers. That's not good for business in America, and it's not good for competition. So the Democrats, again, have it all wrong with Medicare for All, and Bernie is unfortunately embracing some communist ideal that you can just continue to spend money and raise taxes. Ridiculous. Poor Bernie. He lives in his own little communist dream world. And speaking of living in your dream world, Donald Trump Jr. is fantasizing about becoming president. There's no news yet about whether he's going to run or not, but yeah, his dad's grooming him for the job, being this country is completely controlled by dynasties that are corrupt and offer nepotism to their children.
Show up on a cold day. You saw people standing outside for 36 hours
in the mud,
in the freezing cold rain. I mean, New Hampshire in February, you know, it's not exactly Florida. It was really special. It was awesome to be there.
Well, you weren't only there.
What is he? Is it his? It looks like he's in his Space Force uniform, doesn't he? It looks like he's a cadet in the Space Force. Doesn't he? Look at the Space Force outfit he's got.
It's truly disgusting. It would be one of the largest, if not the largest story, superseding all of the primary stuff, all of the craziness in Iowa, if it was the other way around. But when it happens to a Trump supporter, it's okay because they're a Trump supporter. We can just condone that.
Okay, look at that. That's got to be the new Space Force uniform. Don't you think that's smart and special? A lot of you Republicans think that the Space Force is some new thing that the government just created. Everybody in the military space program has been laughing at the Donald Trump Space Force people. You know, there's been a military Space Force since 1946 when Harry S. Truman created it. But oh no, they want to be the guys in the Space Force. Look at that cadet. Viva! God. Do people in Venice want to know your karate sensei's name? James? No, they don't. No, he was only a sensei for a short period of time. We didn't get along, I told you that. They see how retarded Americans, because a mentally challenged Trump was elected, so now the offspring wants in on it too. Exactly. Uh-oh. Okay, you got leg pictures? Wow. Well, that's edema, man. Yeah. Yeah, pleurisy and edema go hand in hand. Have you been to a cardiologist? I mean, I'm sure you have a cardiologist. You need to focus on that. They have drugs that will reduce, they have diuretics. Swelling is down, okay, good. Well, they have all these drugs. Ask your doctor, because they have drugs that will reduce swelling. And don't forget, if you eat plenty of asparagus, it is a natural diuretic. It may smell bad going to the bathroom, but it actually helps clean your body. Yeah. Okay. And by the way, for those of you who do smoke marijuana, beware of cyanide from Eagle 20 and Abbott sprayed on the plant. Yeah, they're using a cyanide. It's actually Eagle 20 and Abbott both have a chemical in them that convert to cyanide when they're heated. Normally they're sprayed on grapes for mold, but marijuana producers are spraying them on the marijuana leaves, and when people smoke the leaves or the buds, voila, they get cyanide in their lungs. It also mimics the symptoms of what is called CHS, which is a potentially dangerous thing. Yeah, I'll write this in the chat room. Look it up. Our government is not producing any leadership on this whatsoever. We're dealing with symptomology sets called CHS. Yeah, you know, asparagus makes your urine smell really weird, but that's what it's doing. It's cleaning your body out. It's pretty cool. It has that ability. Yeah, so CHS mimics the cyanide poisoning that's been going on. It's mild, albeit, but it can cause you to be vomitous and whatnot. There are other things that can cause you to be vomitous. Obviously, there's a host of things. You need to contact your doctor if you're vomitous. But flu can cause vomiting. Some flus going around are causing vomiting. It's a short-term flu. But there are, of course, worse flus out there. But you could also be coming down off of caffeine. Caffeine come down, they call it. If you're regularly on caffeine and you go off of it, you can have flu-like symptoms and vomit. I know that sounds weird, but your head starts to hurt and you literally vomit. Caffeine is good if it's maintained on a regular basis, but if you cut off that flow, you're going to go through some flu-like symptoms. Okay, we'll play that YouTube video tonight, just out of curiosity. We've got Bernie talking to the Soviets in our lineup tonight as well. His big gathering when he and Jane got married. We've got old pictures of the coronavirus. We could play that tonight. But I think, you know, looking at people die is not really that fun. I'd rather look at some math problems that Bernie's facing. Let's take a look at this. Bernie brothers aren't the brightest when it comes to math. So Bernie Sanders said at the debate last night that he wants minimum wage to be $15 per hour. $15 and 40 hours a week equals $600. $600 and 52 weeks per year equals $31,200. Then he says Bernie Sanders wants free health care for all and was asked how he would pay for it. His answer was, we're going to raise taxes to 52% on anybody making over $29,000 per year. So he wants to actually tax the very people that he's going to pay a minimum wage to gouge them for health care. So thanks for giving people minimum wage, Bernie, of $15 an hour, even though you won't achieve it, because the Republicans won't agree to this. I've come up with a better way of getting $15 an hour and not taxing people. Yeah, we've got the 10% tax on anything over $50,000, which automatically gives everybody a free pass of $50,000. Yeah, that's just a starting point in our plan. The flat tax idea has been out there for a while. I call it a graduated flat tax. So basically it only kicks in at $50,000. And that'll help anybody who's even investing in America. Yeah, but he's offering $15 an hour, Bernie is. And $15 an hour times 40 hours a week is 600 times 52 weeks is 31,000. So he's gonna charge anybody making 29,000 a year. They'll have to pay 52% of the $31,000, which is a $16,000 tax to pay for his health care plan. It's just unbelievable. He wants to gouge anybody making $29,000 a year. 52% tax on anybody making over $29,000. Can you believe this? Look at this. That's the Bernie plan. So you guys, most of you are probably making about $20,000 to $40,000 a year. You're going to be hit with a 52% tax if you vote for Bernie. So basically your net pay with his plan at minimum wage will be $15,000 a year, which is about $288 a week, or reduces down to about $7.20 an hour. Can you believe this guy? If you want to see the math on this and tell a friend, retweet this, do whatever, here it is. Here's the Twitter feed. This is cool. Right. 11 cups of fluid for a woman, 15 a day for men. That's probably the right amount of water. Most people don't drink that much water or fluid a day. Good point. Yeah, the poor won't want to work. They already don't want to work. The plan the Democrats have in place is stupid. Plus, you'll notice that Bernie isn't carrying forth with my idea that Andrew Yang copied. You notice how Bernie's not offering the $500 per U.S. adult citizen like I am? Andrew Yang bailed, and then Bernie just figured, well, I'm not going to offer that. Elizabeth Warren at one point said that she was willing to pay that, $1,000 a month. But mum's the word with Elizabeth. She's not talking about it now. Isn't that amazing? If she were to match Andrew Yang's offer, she might actually gain some ground in the Democratic primary. But she's not mentioning it at all. The $500 plan is a very solid plan that could actually save America a lot of money. Individually, we're going to be investing in our personal lives, but it'll really make our economy click. Whereas right now, the Democrats don't have any new ideas. Nothing at all. Nothing to speak of. We've had over 25 ideas stolen from our show. We started seeing it happening in 2010. We started seeing it in 2010 when life kind of changed, direction. We saw our idea to tabulate healthcare information from people and formulate demographic studies as to how many people were getting cancer in one particular area. And none of that data has been crunched properly by the universities. We're still looking at that data, but the Democrats added that to Obamacare and made a couple women billionaires. Okay, soothing cowbell for Max as he goes to bed. Yeah, a couple women got into the whole medical record industry. One woman in Minnesota made actually $3 or $4 billion in this time period. Yeah, here comes cowbell, man. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you giving me all the good links. Take care. Hope you feel better. The sweet smell of cow manure. Yeah. Good night. Sleep well. So we're offering this and a great flat tax program. The Democrats don't have anything near this. Bernie wants to hit all of you with huge charges for his Medicare for All plan, which, like he said, 52% on incomes over $29,000 a year. That's nuts. I mean, who could pay for that? Who's going to cover that? Who's going to do that? I mean, this is how ludicrous all of his promises are. Bernie's a guy who's been wanting to be president all his life, had a heart attack, and still wants to be president. That's ridiculous. I mean, he's going to be too old to deliver these plans that he's talking about, to inspire the people, and most of all, he's too far to the left, and he's not going to unite the country with the Republicans. The reason why a third party is so essential in our country right now is because we are in the middle of the political spectrum and we can find common ground. I can reach across both sides of the aisle and forge a union on certain issues and not alienate one from the other. Thank you for loving me. My Medicaid for All plan won't cost you a penny. It's already being paid for already out of our budget. And we are over budget, admittedly, but I've wanted to be president most of my life, yes. But at the same time, that alone is not the reason why I'm doing this. When I encountered a tremendous amount of censorship in America, and I found unbelievable censorship on this show. When I first started, I had no intention of running year after year. I actually was expecting a lot more results, and we were getting them. The first couple of years, the donations were like that. Then they basically shut us down, and now the donations have zeroed out for the past 7-8 years because we've been censored heavily. Because I've been censored all these years, I've kept this going. Because one thing I cannot stand, the idea of not being president is not a big deal. No. I'm not here to just become president. That's never been my purpose. I'm here to give solutions to the current problems in the economy, provide solid environmental solutions that'll trim the tremendous plastic waste problem we have, clean our waters, and filter our air. I've never been here to pad my pocket personally. I've never made a penny doing this. I retired over 10 years ago. And I didn't have anything really to do with my time except whatever I was compelled to do. I'm more than willing to, do things around the house and have fun, which I do, but at the same time, this is a passion that I've had to fix the problems in this country. And that supersedes any personal desires to become president. I'm fully aware of the odds against a third-party candidate. I'm more than willing to admit the fact that this system is rigged against a third-party system. Look at the laws. The FEC laws are set up so that third parties, it's impossible to build these things. So why would a person who is delusional, as you say, decide to run as a third-party candidate when the odds are almost guaranteed against me? Hello? Why would I want to engage in a show which I knew was almost doomed due to the censorship that's been put upon me every night? Because I believe in what I'm doing, because I believe that I can solve America's problems. I believe I've got the answers to America's problems. No, I would never consider him as a running mate under any circumstances. He's not to be trusted. He reminds me of Trump. Trump can't be trusted. I mean, how can you trust a person who spent most of his time looking at young women, really young women, and commenting about what they're going to do to those women with a guy who's a known sex offender? How can we sit back and watch this as Americans and not try to fight for our country? So if you think I'm delusional, you're completely blowing past what is the real substance of this campaign. Hi, Mad Dog. It's to find a pathway through the middle of the political spectrum and fix the problems facing this country. We've got solutions the Democrats can't even get near. But look at this mess that we have here. Yeah, this is just my war room here. It's kind of a crazy kind of a mix here of things, but this is the conundrum we're in. Yeah, I'm still processing this because it's almost impossible to calculate all the different things that are happening in the background of this nightmare. Yeah, we have a Chinese trade war that's undergoing pressure from the coronavirus. We have a country that we've been trading with as a First Nation trading status for the past, since Clinton made China a First Nation trading partner. Yeah, I see that. I'm going to YouTube it. Hang on. You can also find the link by doing that yourself, but whatever. Hillary Clinton appears to faint during a medical episode. 7 years ago or 3 years ago, what's the big deal? She's not running right now. Final. We know she appeared to faint. We saw that in 2016. No, not according to Bernie's Medicaid plan. It's to 52% on $29,000. It's crazy. It's going to rip everybody off. Anyway, let's get to the real issues. Bernie's a joke. He's a sidetrack. He doesn't really deal with the problems that the world is facing. He's been repeating the same words over and over again since his early days as a communist. Now, you're looking at a raised price of oil right now. Possible thing, keep your eyes on that, because remember, Russia wants higher prices of oil. Possible war with Iran under Donald Trump, attacking Soleimani and his group, 5 others. He basically abandoned Syria and gave it to Russia. Okay, everything's going on right now. He's destabilizing. He's bragging about putting and installing a leader into a government of Venezuela, which only creates friction and tension around the world and could very well destabilize and put us at a ground war with Russia. Meanwhile, he's getting personal phone calls. He attacked all witnesses during the trial stage of the Senate impeachment hearing. which is an indication of a person who's lying. He's got connections and interference in Russia's hacking an election, which he's denying still to this day, yet we know for a fact from the Robert Mueller investigation this went on. He's got the deep state pulling his strings all over the place. He hasn't prosecuted Hillary. He hasn't prosecuted Joe Biden. He hasn't prosecuted Elizabeth Warren for lying about her Cherokee ancestry. He hasn't done anything. So he's completely deep state. He has presented no tapes of Putin, no audio tapes of 14 hours of conversations, none. He hasn't presented his tax returns like he said he was. He didn't impose Russian sanctions for over almost 2 years. And when he did, he put it on the one guy that rigged the election, Deripaska, who then sued. And now Mitch McConnell got those sanctions removed from Deripaska because Deripaska sued. So virtually people in Russia are getting an easy ride. He disrespected our allies in NATO, which really can hurt our country against Russia. And he's hurt Ukraine, not only recently with the $400 million that he didn't give him because of Joe Biden dirt coming at him, the quid pro quo, even he's admitting he did, but he's also dealing with a situation where he won't even give Ukraine the munitions and ordnance they ordered for $30 million. They're still waiting for it, and now they want their money back. And he's leaving that hanging too, which is hurting Ukraine right now. So we've got a nightmare situation going on with Donald Trump, and I don't really need to spend my time talking about it. Let's go to a beautiful place where the future with America is we spend our government money on things that will help people, like breathing fresh air, filtering smokestacks that haven't been filtered in 60 years since the Clean Air Act, or 50 years. Filtering water, point of use water filtration that everybody could use in their home. Modern filter systems in communities like Flint, Michigan, which need to be put in there, and Trump or Obama didn't do anything for these people. And most of all, ending the chemtrails that are being dumped on our heads, and nobody in the two-party system want to admit it's even happening. I don't want to hear any more Bernie Sanders, how he's going to fund Medicare for all. But thank you. We know it's going to cost the backbone of the entire American working population. So let's not kid ourselves. He's a socialist, communist, who's really trying to take away our individual freedoms. We can definitely see that. He suggested tax on employee and employer sides, which is the single payer plan. I don't need to read this. I know everything they're doing. He wants a 4% income-based premium paid by employees. I mean, who has the extra money to pay another premium? Exempting the first $29,000 in income for a family of 4. So basically at $29,000, a family of 4, and that's usually most people working at $15 an hour minimum wage, will be completely bilked of all of their earnings past $29,000. All right. I'd like to deal with the Democrats if they treat me like Trump. I'd love to. Yeah. Remember, I was a Democrat for 30 years. I can talk to the Democrats. But I didn't go off to the left trying to push for cap and trade legislation, a failed monopoly game that was created at the UN. I never signed on to ignoring the dangers of vaccines like the Democrats have. I didn't want to turn my back on genetically modified food like the Democrats have. I want to talk about GMOs and how dangerous they are. I never ignored the dangers of chemicals. I mean, I've been an advocate for organic food since the 1980s when I had a marketing company that promoted it. I've been an advocate for food grown without pesticides and herbicides for years. I'm fighting for all of you. Bernie doesn't talk about that at all. There's not one thing he'll mention about the health of our bodies from the food we eat. He's all about claiming Wall Street's the bad guy when he doesn't have one idea to stop Wall Street. I have a plan to actually implant people who are watchdogs in the monetary system, implant them in the SEC as the new SEC members, virtually fire the entire SEC first year into it, and put all watchdogs in there. That will begin the process of getting Wall Street accountable. Is that Bernie's idea? No, it's mine. It took Obama 2 terms to even fire 1 or 2 people. He kept the same people George W. Bush had at the SEC. Bernie hasn't even got on the program of how he's going to fix this. He just talks about doing it. They are still DDoSing me. I get DDoSed all the time. And I'm going to support the paper sack industry. I actually believe that we need to have more paper sacks in every one of our markets in America. Believe it or not. Yeah. I'm tired of not being offered paper sacks when I go. I used to hear paper or plastic, sir. I hardly ever hear paper or plastic. I just get plastic and double bagged. Why are you double bagging it? Because we don't want it to drop. It's like wasting plastic. Do you have any idea how many animals are dying from plastic waste? And we're eating it too. It's in our bodies. So there's got to be something done much more aggressively than the Democrats can do it. In fact, the Democrats have proven to not be able to do anything. It's almost beyond belief how little the Democrats and Republicans have done to save our nation. We're sitting there in La La Land in the doldrums, not going anywhere, and Trump's going, oh, we're having a great economy, everything's wonderful, it's the best economy ever, lowest unemployment in the entire history of America. Not really, but granted, the unemployment rate is low because people are still unable to get unemployment insurance. Past 24 weeks, if you're unemployed, you're not counted as unemployed. That statistic they came up with that handed to Trump is BS. Our country doesn't have 4% or 3.5% unemployed. We have 45% unemployment. 45% unemployment. 97 million people are unemployed in America. That's a fact. And they don't even want to work. Most of them, only 3 million of those 97 million people could find a job right now if they were offered jobs. There are about 3 million jobs available right now. So if you want a job, it's out there. But if you're one of the 97 million people that just decided to give up, you're not even seen as unemployment. You have to live with your family members and wonder when you'll collect your Social Security check. So yeah, everybody, vote Democrat. Yeah. They've done so great. I retired a long time ago. But yeah, I would be considered one of those 97 million people. I would, because I theoretically could be working at my age. But yeah, really, vote Democrat. This is the future for so many people in America, and you can see what a great job they've done. Yeah. I mean, there's Mr. Smith down there who's a crackhead, and his life kind of collapsed when his wife left him. I don't need to work, buddy. I retired when I saved enough money and I have enough assets to sit comfortably the rest of my life. I'm not like Trump. I don't have a lot of debt. He's a moron for collecting billions of dollars in debt. Trump is not the guy you want to follow. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. It's Zion, Mr. Anderson. You're worshiping Zion. This is your problem. You've fallen into the matrix. So you're basically, if you're in a situation like Mr. Smith, whoever that is, you're basically going from malt liquor to a snack food item to another malt liquor to bed. On the street, knowing you don't have a place to live. And in the between that, you're peeing in some corner and alley somewhere, and maybe if you're lucky, you find a bathroom 3 blocks away that you can take a dump. Because Eric Garcetti hasn't put toilets in Skid Row. That's your life. And the next day, somebody offers you, hey man, would you give me a BJ, and we can make it, you give you like $5. And then some guy becomes gay because he needs $5. I'm serious. This is the life that the Democrats of people are being ignored in America. I'm here to speak for those people. I'm here to speak for those people who have been on the street. I lived in my van for 2 years just to know what it was like to be that close to the street. I didn't have to live in my van. I could have gone back to my family's house and lived a nice life, but I chose most of the week to live in my van. And I met a lot of homeless people, and I know the mindset. I could hand any one of these people a $100 bill and it would make their day, their life. It would make them the happiest person in the world. So why don't people like Jeff Bezos do that? He could hire people to walk through the streets of America and hand out $100 bills, because Jeff Bezos is as dark of a character as we've created. We've created these kind of people that hoard money. I bet he did. Rob does learn message. Rob who? Blagojevich? I don't know. Rob is got a big mouth, and I like that about Rob. Rod Blagojevich? Yeah, you're talking about Rod, right? Rod's got a big mouth, and I like that quality in him. I do. I think Trump should hire Rod Blagojevich. He really should. If I were Trump, I'd consider Rod Blagojevich a running mate for 2020. Yeah, I would send a real message that one felon can really hang out with another felon and run together politically. Yeah, I saw that. Clint Eastwood, we covered the story about him showing support for Michael Bloomberg. Yeah. I don't know. What do you do? You got an old man who can barely even, an old man who can barely even, walk around without, stumbling. But God, he's a great actor. Love him. But endorsing a billionaire? I mean, come on. This is the life. Look at that. This is what life is all about. Working in the garden with your cat on your back. That's what life's all about. And a non-stop back rub. And the cat cares, too. Here's another cat one. It's a hot dog. Oh, that's funny. That's cute. That was Malcolm X. Well, that was okay. We're just going through the things that I've been looking at in the show. Trump's 29th year to Mar-a-Lago brings golf tab to 334 years of presidential salary. Wow. His 29th trip to Mar-a-Lago brings the golf tab for going to Mar-a-Lago equivalent to 334 years of the presidential salary of $400,000 a year. It's cost our country 133, or let's say $134 million for him to go golfing. A guy who said he would make fun of how many times Obama went golfing. Amazing. So, yeah, actor Clint Eastwood endorses him. Yeah, we got that. Could not load. I don't really know what the big deal is.
I'd like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women fat broads and horse-faced lesbians. And
right.
No, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about Mayor Bloomberg.
Right. True. Former New York City Michael Bloomberg made his first appearance in the debate. A rather lackluster appearance, if you ask me. And he became a target of other candidates on stage.
Frisk, which went after African American and Latino people in an outrageous... Mr. Bloomberg had policies in New York City of stop and frisk, which went after African American and Latino people in an outrageous way. That is not a way you're going to grow voter turnout.
Democrats are not going to win if we have a nominee who has a history of hiding his tax returns, of harassing women, and of supporting racist policies like redlining and stop and frisk. Look, I'll support whoever the Democratic nominee is, but understand this. Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
I actually welcomed Mayor Bloomberg to the stage. I thought that he shouldn't be hiding behind his TV ads. I think we need something different than Donald Trump. I don't think you look at Donald Trump and say, we need someone richer in the White House.
Thank you. Mayor Bloomberg, is a lot for you to respond to there, so here's your opportunity. I think we have two questions to face tonight. One is, who can beat Donald Trump? And number two, who can do the job if they get into the White House?
The mayor says that he has a great record, that he's done these wonderful things. Well, the fact of the matter is he has not managed his city very, very well when he was there. He didn't get a whole lot done. He had stop and frisk, throwing close to 5 million young black men up against the wall.
We could wake up 2 weeks from today, the day after Super Tuesday, and the only candidates left standing will be Bernie Sanders and Mike Bloomberg, the two most polarizing figures on this stage.
I disagree. You know, Mike Bloomberg, as much as I consider his effort to buy the election completely wrong, we're dealing with a very potent problem with Donald Trump, with all the money being thrown at him and the fact that he's a billionaire in his mind. You have to almost fight fire with fire. And some people believe that Bloomberg would be a good choice because he's got the money and the capital to really lay into him. And good speechwriters the Democrats could put together would make Bloomberg a kind of pop as a speaker. I believe that Bloomberg needs some work, but could very well be a contender for the Democratic ticket. No question about it. Sarah likes some of the facts that he turned everybody on the stage and said, have any of you started your own business? That was the most powerful point of that debate, when he said, have any of you ever started your own business? Now, I don't agree with his tactics. I don't like what he said about women. I don't like the fact that he was so greedy that he had a predatory mentality in making money. But literally, if you're going to choose a candidate, Bloomberg could easily upset this entire race, especially if he chooses a very strong VP like me. Now, if he chose me, I'd have to say, hey, Mike, let's do this. Let's make it happen. But that's all I could do. And I'd watch him and the speechwriters work their way through the population to give my points if anyone wants to hear them. But I would do the best I could to at least position myself ready to go in case something happens to the aging Mike Bloomberg. But I'm not in any way in a position to even be known. Nobody even knows who I am. I'm just a guy on the internet to some people. But the people around the world who know who I am, who watch my show every night, they actually have their voice speaking. They know that I could easily help this country and guide us away from corruption. But can Mike Bloomberg? That's the question. Can we trust another multi-billionaire to guide us away from corruption? I don't know if we could. So I'm hesitant and very hesitant to believe that a billionaire could buy his way to the top. But hey, I don't have any money to really get into the race. We never got enough donations to speak of to do that. But Bloomberg has the possibility of beating Trump in his own game. Bloomberg has the same vernacular and vitriol that comes out of his mouth that Biden has. And I believe Biden could actually be a good contender against Donald Trump. If Hillary were to make it out of the loop somehow and she were to speak out publicly, it's possible that Hillary could, make a difference. I don't like Hillary, don't get me wrong. I mean, maybe she and Bill could morph into somebody like Billary or something, But if Hillary had the ability to enter the race at any given time, she'd make a big difference in the Bloomberg ticket. So they're talking about Bloomberg and Hillary. I don't know. The possibilities are enormous. If she really is, as she appears in the picture, very, very trustworthy, she could easily pull it off again with her, delivery and the points she was making. I think Hillary and Bloomberg could actually be a good ticket. So Hillary, if you're listening, I want you to run with Bloomberg, and if you're too tired, tell him about me, David Sponheim. I would love to run with Bloomberg, or anyone for that matter. Being censored for the past 11 years has really made me think of all different angles. Why not this one? Yeah, but the problem with Bernie pledging legal marijuana in all 50 states is, well, for one, he's not including Puerto Rico. But no, it's my idea. So if Bernie wants to run with my legalization campaign that I've been running for the past 11 years we've been talking about it, but 10 of it I've been talking about legalization. If he wants to run with that idea, what's it going to mean? how much money will be coming back to the states? Do you see any of that? How much money are they going to tax you on it? We will move forward to expunge the records of those arrested for possession of marijuana, which I would do too. He's offering to pledge marijuana in 50 states, the first state office. That's what I've been pledging for the past 9 years. So he's basically copying my idea, but what he's not talking about is how we need to tax the marijuana and make money from it. Notice how that's missing from the article? Not one mention of how we're going to make money on the marijuana sales. That's because Bernie doesn't think like a businessman. Ironically, Michael Bloomberg would. Michael Bloomberg would probably agree to the legalization plan, and probably Butt Sniffer wants to be VP for Trump. Trump has never called me on the phone, Butt Sniffer. I've never gotten a call from Trump. We had him in our chat room when he was stealing my ideas. We knew that. But he's never, ever called me. So I've never had Trump say, David, I wanted you to consider a possibility. I may be calling you future to talk about possibilities. I mean, he's never made any effort to reach out to me. Never. Can you believe that? News report says Trump hasn't called you? Holy shit, I'm shocked. Exactly. You found 6 packages in a local Walmart, homeless Hank? Wow, you're something special. 6 packages of Oreos will keep you going if you hit the road, yeah. You know, if you had 6 packages of Oreos, I bet you could get on a Greyhound bus right now and go from New York to Los Angeles for only $229. And every one of those cookies will go right through you. My grandfather used to travel across country on the Greyhound. Every year he'd go back to his hometown in North Dakota. And it was the cutest thing. I mean, cute, because all he had were candy bars. He got a couple large Hershey candy bars and got in the road and took off. He literally lived on 2 Hershey bars over a 3-day period. My grandfather was like steel itself. He was one of the strongest guys I've ever seen. And I had a good chance to meet him and get to know him real well. Strong as steel. He could work 14 hours a day nonstop in the fields as a farmer and not even get tired. His hand could crush another man's hand. It was so strong. It's fantastic. He's the guy I got the genetics for. I'm not done talking about my grandfather. He never had an aspirin in his entire life. He never took a painkiller. When I met him, he had no teeth. He literally pulled every one of his teeth out himself with a plier and some vodka. Can you imagine? That's some serious commitment, man. Pulling your teeth out with vodka and a plier. I mean, holy moly. He wasn't a rich man because, as you know, that we had a big depression back in the day, and my grandfather lost all of his cows and cattle to hoof and mouth disease. It's pretty sad, actually, but they stayed alive because my grandmother had a 1-acre garden in the backyard in North Dakota, and it fed my dad's family with plenty of vegetables through the Great Depression. So my grandmother is who pulled us through the Great Depression. I wouldn't even be here if I hadn't had him or her. But it's interesting to note that she worked so hard that she literally worked herself to death. She had heart disease because of her amount of work she did. And back in the old days, they didn't know how much butter or salt you should be eating. And my grandmother died at the very young age of 47 years old, which is really, really sad. I never got a chance to meet my grandmother, but I met my grandfather. And I can tell you that these people who are growing up in America that built this country, they look at people like Donald Trump as mamby-pamby little mommy's boys. The people that are the fiber of this nation, who've grown up through multiple generations, look at Donald Trump as a joke. That's the truth. Yeah, butter can be good in moderation. Same with salt, but no, I have Norwegian ancestors. My family settled in North Dakota in the early days of right after the Civil War. They came from Norway. And we had this daily thing where Norwegians generally, they save money as a rule. I mean, I think that Norwegians have always known tough times. And they learned to save because they had to get through the winters in the fjords up in into Norway. And a lot of people in my family were, always conscious of how to live frugally. So people who are like from Scandinavia have this frugalness built into them. But living frugally actually will help you survive, and a sustainable way of living. And that means saving money on your costs of living, cutting back on the kind of food waste you put together. I mean, you're making maximum use of your food. I open my refrigerator and I see just everything laid out perfectly. It's like, okay, well, I know I'll be needing a certain amount of food. It's just, I've laid out my life so it's very easy and affordable to live. And you can watch my shows on YouTube and find all the key ways I save money on food. And it's just amazing recipes that are super easy to put together. But getting yourself to live within your means, one of the key things is not go to Starbucks every day. I actually brew my own organic coffee every day, and I have a beautiful cup right here. And it's made with filtered water, which many times you don't know if the barista is doing that. And the cost of this is 25 cents a cup. No, you can't see Sarah tonight. I think I gave her the night off. She's going to go to bed. She's resting. I think it's a bit much for me to ask her to do all this every night. I feel a little guilty because I believe that she doesn't have to do this every night. Oh, you are from Norway? Really? Wow. Welcome, Davy. Well, my family came from an area outside of Oslo. Yeah, and it's my German side of my family actually settled in Norway in the 1100s. And there's a group of people in Norway with the last name of Sponheim in a small area that run a winery. That my family left the winery in the 1860s. But they've had one of the oldest wineries in the world. In fact, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather on the German side was one of the first person in the entire European continent that made wine. I mean, we literally were the original winemakers in the Rhineland. So it's in my bones to make wine. So I actually, at one point, grabbed a bunch of grapes from the back of a store one day. I was driving by, and people used to put grapes in the backs of their store that were like right on the edge of being presented. I said, Sarah, there's no reason why those grapes should be sitting there. And there were like two 40-pound bushels of grapes, red and yellow, or green rather. And I said, I'm going to grab those. And I went ahead and grabbed them. And I got some must, which you start your wine with. And I put them all together. I rinsed everything off really well. And I started my wine. I've made about 7 gallons of wine here. And I don't drink, but I have it in the house and it's just fermenting. It's probably like cognac at this point. Okay, Trump's 29th trip, costs virtually 334 years of... It's just amazing. That article, shocking. Let's take a look at that again. So yeah, look at the numbers. They make sense because we're talking about $134 million Trump has spent just driving around and hiring Secret Service to stay in his hotels. They have to spend $600 a night for a room. Okay, thanks, Rosie. You're looking for a man stallion to implant your baby? Rosie, how many years do you have left? Yeah, I mean, you're getting close to that menopause period, aren't you? Let's see how old Rosie is. You can hire a company, the Genius Pool, to impregnate you. Rosie's 57. She's 2 years younger than me. Actually, I'm close to 60. There she is. You go, girl. I've heard of women having babies at 57. Yeah. You know you always were heterosexual, Rosie. You knew that, right? Yeah, you know, a lot of women start disliking men, and they realize, well, I just dislike them because I got burned by a couple of bad boyfriends. But I don't think so. Madonna had a baby at 93. That's funny chat, Pickled Beans. You're pretty funny. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in Hollywood basement. Yeah, I'll play that tonight. Yeah, we got everything. I'll put that in Moon Hoax as well, which is one of our categories. We even have a Flat Earth category, even though I don't believe in a Flat Earth. Okay. Shut the F up, the most pathetic election ever.
So once again today, let's not waste any time. And then we can delve into this, and we will. Quote, unlike Donald Trump, I do not consider Vladimir Putin a good friend. He is an autocratic thug who is attempting to destroy democracy and crush dissent in Russia.
She's going to rip into Bernie, too. I can just see this. You know, I uncovered some amazing videos from the 2016 election. Many of you don't realize that not only the right-wing people were being suppressed by YouTube back in the day, but left-wing progressives like Debbie Lusignan, she was suppressed. Her entire YouTube channel was shut down. Let me just give you a small taste of this.
Hi everyone, this is Debbie. Welcome to the Saying Progressives, the YouTube video series that seeks to inject some sanity into modern American political dialogue. The corporate media, the Democratic political establishment, Hillary Clinton's campaign.
She really laid into all the corruption in the Democratic Party, and being she's a progressive, she was spot on, and she hasn't done any work since. She's been off air for 2 years. You got echo going on? Okay, hang on.
Is trying to scapegoat Bernie Sanders and Bernie Sanders supporters for the problems they themselves have created.
Okay, so she basically came out, and I'm going to play this tonight just because it's valid today as it was in 2016. I'm going to play this. She came out and basically exposing the corruption in the Democratic Party that's trying to push Buttigieg to the top. This is manipulation. The Clinton people have now aligned themselves with the Buttigieg people, and they're pushing for a control of this entire process. These women are speaking out, and we're going to be hearing more of them tonight. Thank you. I'll play both of these ladies. Progressives going after the Democratic falsities and the fakery that's going on. Thank you. She's anti-vote? Well, I'm open to listening to whoever talks at this point. Yeah, I believe in voting. I believe in voting a third party, even if you write my name in. But hey, I want people just to vote too. But the reality is, can we really resolve our problems in America with left-wing presidents like Obama or Bernie or Hillary or any of those people? Can we solve America's problems with right-wing presidents like Trump, who can't get anything done without being impeached? You see what's happening? Debbie's taking a break, really? Well, I'm glad that you know about Debbie, and I appreciate that, Scissor Fight, but I'm really shocked that intelligent progressives like she was or is are intimidated by what's happening when we have all these alternative networks like Cabin Talk. She's a friend of Debbie's. She does her show on 153. I would think Debbie would be turned on to the 153 network. Somebody should contact her. Maybe Cabin Talk should call Debbie and say, hey, just do your show. People love you. Seriously. I'm open to anybody talking dirt about the corrupt democratic process and even exposing the corruption that Bernie Sanders seems to be engaged in, where he threw the election to Hillary Clinton. I can't believe he bought two $600,000 houses in the time that he decided to step down from the post of top 2 and surrendered to Hillary. I think that was really a sad day when this guy, who obviously is overzealous and constantly pushing himself because he's so zealous about his ideas, which he thinks are wonderful, but they're just old socialist ideas that have been rehashed 1,000 times. This is the recipe for disaster. If we put our faith in somebody who's already had a heart attack and expect him to save America, my big concern is who's going to be his number 2? Who's going to step in place of him? It can't be Warren. She's like a scarecrow. She's scary. Yeah, lying constantly about everything, from being pregnant, getting fired as a teacher when she wasn't, to claiming she was Cherokee Indian to have a free education. I mean, Warren would be horrible. So Claudia is her best friend. Well, maybe Claudia will talk her into doing something online, like Skype to Skype. That would be really interesting if those two got together. Yeah. Because obviously Debbie has a clear handle on the progressive dilemma that we're all in. I was best described as a libertarian progressive. I want the government to do something effective, but I really want the government to stay out of our personal lives. Whereas the Democrats want to have the government control everything and us to surrender our individual freedoms. I don't. And they want to tax and spend. I don't. So in a way, if we can come up with solutions to the homeless problem and to the environmental problem that clearly Democrats care about, whereas the Democrats can't, we can win. So who is this person, Sarah, you're referring to? Yeah. Sarah Wilson? Is she in the news or something? Her blog is about some New York Times best-selling amazing author. Oh, okay. Okay, well, thank you. I'm glad she's doing some work. But what does that have to do with me? Yeah. Hi, Sarah. Thanks. Okay. You like Stacey Abrams? Really? Yeah, so hopefully Sarah will feel better after some rest. I know that she's been just started feeling weird in her throat, but you know, Sarah's had that feeling weird in her throat from just being tired. Yeah, so I'm not worried about it. Oh, so Stacey Abrams is the one who's going to be the VP candidate?
Stacey Abrams.
They're looking at Stacey Abrams as a possible VP position for Bernie Sanders. Wow.
To fix the problems and the brokenness that we have. I want to do good, and there is no stronger platform than President of the United States, and that's a position I wanted to hold.
Okay, well, let's start with your body. Let's work on losing a few pounds, and then we might consider you as a running mate. You know, if you can't handle your weight problem, I mean, how are you going to handle the country? Really? I can see her binge eating, and the situation's getting a little bit weird in the Middle East. Stacy, could you get out of the refrigerator, please? You're overweight. If a woman wants to be president, let her. But come on, I mean, you got to show some constraint. Don't just keep sticking hot dogs in your mouth or whatever the heck you want to eat. Rosie doesn't flap her jaws. Another day calling him a fringe candidate. You're lying scumbag. Yeah, Rosie, are you calling me a fringe candidate? You want me to compare Jane Birkins? Now, Rosie, are you our next celebrity chatter? Because I don't know. Do we still have William Shatner in here? Yeah, William took off. So you are, hey, Rosie, you are our celebrity chatter right now. Thank you for coming in. Jane Birkin photos from the 60s. Okay, what are we looking at here? It's kind of a Twiggy look. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. The look of love. Okay, what are we looking at Jane Birkin for? You know, why do we care? Now look at her today. Oh, okay. Jane Birkin, 2020. The look of Jane Birkin is in your eyes tonight. Da 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 da. I think Jane Birkin looks fine for her age. Yeah. What's the problem? I mean, geez, who do you expect? What do you expect? She's not. Look at Rosie. Do you want to be that woman? Are you using my fruit enzyme spray that I've been? Are you spraying that on your face, Rosie? No, you aren't. You know, these secrets to looking good it doesn't come naturally. I know. You have to actually go out of your way to stay healthy and youthful as you get older and decrepit. I'm 160 years old. I mean, do I look 160 years old? No, of course not. Blood transfusions are an option. They make cleaners you can hook up to in the morning and have all your blood cleaned. It's expensive though. Rosie, you're ovulating and you're looking for a stud in your area. Go find a guy. She wants to get pregnant at her age. 57.
What?
Rosie O'Donnell wants to get pregnant, she said. I think it could be dangerous. I mean, but you want to carry the baby, right? In full term? Yeah, she's asking people to breed her. Now, we cannot confirm or deny that this is Rosie O'Donnell, folks. We could be being played by some troll in here, so let's not kid ourselves.
Chances are.
Chances are, yeah, we could be, you know, taken to the cleaners here. So the Bernie plan of Medicare for all is ridiculous. It's just the single payer plan repackaged. And as much as I don't agree with the Koch brothers, the think tank found that Medicare for all would cut healthcare spending and raise wages, meaning they're not going to give you as many services, and all of you will have to have higher wage increases, which won't be good for business. It relies on 7% from you, the employee, and 7% from the employer to pay for all the homeless people to get a free day spa. That's Medicare for all. We have Medicaid for all. That's why I have to tell everybody it's already paid for. Don't listen to the Democrats. They keep pushing new ideas. They've already failed with Obamacare. We're spending $300 billion a year, and many of you are paying much higher rates as a result of it, with $10,000 deductibles. And most of you are not even insured. So let's be real here. Let's get down to lowering the cost of healthcare, period. This is an interesting stat. I wanted to show you this to Sarah. This is from Data Center News, but an internet user can order a cyber attack for less than $20, according to a study conducted by an international team of scientists. Can you imagine? Yes. 16 DDoS attacks take place every 60 seconds in America, around the world. We are literally being just completely attacked. I'm going to put this in our technology section for personal information, just for lack of information. And then I'm going to take that and put it away as well. That's just amazing stuff. Now, this is a weird story. A DHS whistleblower, Philip Haney, found dead with a gunshot wound to the chest. And the weird thing about this is his wife died last year. This man's wife died. He was just found dead. They said he was in great spirits the day that he allegedly killed himself. So how many times have we heard that? When somebody knows too much about something like DHS's problems and what happens when DHS does this and that, they suddenly kill themselves. That's so weird. This guy was an Obama era whistleblower, and he's found dead. who's trying to blow the whistle on bad practices by the DHS in determining who's a terrorist and who's not. Oh, Rosie's Rodney, really? We can't trust Rosie anymore. Oh, this is the emo songwriter? Okay, I'll play it later tonight, I guess. It's on MSNBC. It must be good. Okay, here's Sarah. She's going to take over the show for a while I finish up, have a little dinner. And then you don't even have to be in here if you don't want to be.
Go have your dinner.
Okay, you're so kind to come in. Thank you. You got that mouse over there. Okay, we got everything lined up. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Oh, I am doing well. Wrong mouse, Sarah. Hi, Tiddly D. Are you having fun? It's the weekend. Did you work a lot today? Hello, Nathaniel T as well. Here we go again. Wait, oh, is that my eye roll? Sometimes I do that. Thanks, Dave 30. No. As long as it doesn't get disgusting, I let it stay in the room. Some people's comments. So I had a pretty good day. I like to garden a little bit, so I've been, a couple weeks ago we planted snap peas, and now they've grown about this size, probably, you know, good 6 to 8 inches, probably 8 inches to a foot actually, and now I'm hardening them off. So starting 3 days ago, I put them outside for like an hour the first day, a couple hours the next day, then today another couple hours in the morning, and then a couple hours in the afternoon, and then tomorrow I'll put them out for quite a long time, and then on Monday we will plant them in the ground. Yeah, it's hardening off procedure is what you do for plants in order to prep them, if you like start them indoors, in order to prep them to go outside, you have to expose them to the colder weather. I was just gonna check the weather. Monday night is 36 degrees. Do I want to plant them on Monday? Part of me does. I'll only plant half of them. Yes, I know. I'm talking about gardening. And then I've got my lettuce is growing well. And then my Brussels sprout plants didn't seem to really bloom. Do have some carrots, lettuce, Brussels sprouts. I think there was something else I planted too, but anyway, yeah, the carrots are doing quite well. February. Monday night is down to 36, but then the rest of the nights are not too bad, into 41, 40s, so well, I'll go ahead and plant half of them on Monday. I don't want to build a trellis for the snap peas, even though I know that would be really good for them. But so my thought is to use a tomato cage, a set of tomato cages. I should ask my sister what she thinks of that. She's a master gardener. I'm just a dabbler. I have, not purposely, but I do have some trees growing in my garden at school. So now I need to transplant those trees somewhere else. Pretty cool. I have some apple trees growing in my garden. So now it's about, because I tell students, weeds are just plants that are growing where you don't want them to grow, and they're competing with other plants for nutrients. And the kids, some kids are like, why are they competing with the other plants for nutrients? They've discovered the why, which is pretty funny. But yeah, that would be good. I know I've got some, maybe an apple tree in the garden, which I really don't want to be growing in the garden. And then I've got some little tiny tree seedlings, like a cedar tree and a pine tree. So I'm going to transplant those. My goal is to transplant those into our native plant garden, where I do want more trees to grow, which will be fun. Gardening is hard work, though. All the weeding and planting and watering. David loves to water. I don't like to water, so I love irrigation. Yes, we have a community garden in our community. Our town has a community garden, and we also have a garden at our school, which is basically a community garden. But the rule is ask before you pick, and they're supposed to ask me, and I would normally say yes, but nobody asks me, so I guess they haven't read the rules. I don't know. How can you hate trees? Trees are awesome. I like to talk to trees, and then I give them the carbon dioxide they need, and they give me the oxygen I need to breathe. Yeah, trees are great for so many things, creating paper and napkins and toilet paper. They have said you can make paper out of elephant dung, because elephants eat so much grass, and so it makes a cellulose that they can turn into paper, but they usually mix it with paper as well. They need to come up with a way to turn dirt into paper. There is a way. You plant a tree. Plant a tree in your dirt and water it. That's how to turn dirt into paper. Of course, you could also use hemp to make paper. There's no apostrophe in trees, by the way, because if you're referring to a plural word, more than one, you don't need an apostrophe. There's only 2 times in the English language that you use apostrophes. One time is if you're making 2 words short, putting them together. It's called a contraction. You're welcome, Hank. And the other time is when it's called a possessive, when the next word belongs to something. So like Sarah's jacket, that would be with an apostrophe, because it shows the jacket that belongs to Sarah. And I'll be even worse because I'll tell you the word grammar does not have an E in it, in the word. Yes, that is a correct way to use the apostrophe, Dave, when you're using the word trees. You're welcome, Hank. You're welcome. I'm so glad I can help you become a better speller. How do I scare you? I'm scaring you. That's funny. This will be good. Here are the billionaires funding the Democratic candidates. As Democratic candidates drop out of the race, more billionaires are jumping in. By the end of 2019, about 20% of American billionaires had donated either directly or through their spouse to at least one Democratic candidate running for president. At least 100 billionaires donated in their own names. And at least 25 did not give any money directly, but are married to people who did give money. Biden and Buttigieg lead the pack of beneficiary. Yeah, you're right. That is weird. Let me see if it'll let me. You're correct, Anthony. In the chat room, a lot of people do get away with not using correct grammar. Buttigieg had 56 billionaire backers. Biden had 60 billionaire backers, or their spouses. And there's 2 billionaire candidates, Tom Steyer and Michael Bloomberg. They both outspent Biden and Buttigieg with their own resources. By the end of the year, Steyer and Bloomberg had each shelled out over $200 million on their campaigns. Steyer wasn't in the last debate. Wonder why. You're playing Master of Orion 2. I'm glad you have fun playing a video game. Awesome. Good lady. Alright. 16 new donors supported Biden in the last 3 months of 2019, including George Marcus. There's also a thing about vote vets that's supporting Buttigieg. There was 8 new donors to Klobuchar's campaign. All but one had also contributed to Biden and Buttigieg or both. Wow. Sanders hasn't received any backing from billionaires. He did, well, one billionaire sent him a donation, but then he returned it. He returned the donation saying, no thanks, I don't want your money, from a billionaire. Wow. Oh, and then it breaks down how much they've raised. 61 million raised for Biden, 76 million raised for Buttigieg, 29 for Klobuchar, Steyer 206 million. $82 million for Warren, 200 million for Bloomberg. Mostly himself giving himself all that, and 12 million by Tulsi Gabbard. And Sanders has raised $109 million. But he did receive a $407 from the spouse of a billionaire, and then Forbes notified his campaign of that, and he returned the money. That's not what I was talking about, Hank. I don't want people to go to jail for that. I want them to say you don't have any rights to see your child if you don't pay child support. But they do. whatever, the children, better for the children if they do see their child. That's not the way it is now. Okay, I made a mistake. I don't know what mistake you're referring to, but whatever. I can admit to making a mistake. You're saying that the law is if people don't pay child support, they go to jail? Oh, I guess some people have a right to be upset. I don't know. You don't have any friends. You're very annoying. Do you think it's hard to make friends? I wonder if it's harder to make friends in this era or if it's always been difficult to make friends, especially as an adult. At least I find it's hard to make friends. Okay. You think it's always been difficult to be honest, but people of this era are not looking to make friends. And I agree with you. True friends are hard to find. You hate people, people hate you. You think you're a misanthrope then? I like most people. But then there's that, my mama don't like you and she likes everyone. A record $1/4 of $450 billion of student loans are being repaid on income-based repayment plans. Twitter suspended a group of pro-Bloomberg accounts because they had some kind of, they were messing with Twitter. They called it platform manipulation. Why can't you say I mean today, or say what do you mean in a sentence? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? I don't think I want anybody. Russia doesn't want Bernie Sanders. It wants chaos. Do you really like him upstate?
I'll be there in just a jiff.
Okay. Sounds good.
Almost there.
I respect your opinion, upstate. I don't agree with it, but I can respect it. Michael Bloomberg is going to release his female employees from his non-disclosure agreements. Florida governor is expected to sign a bill requiring parental consent for minors to get abortions. David's not singing but talking. Maybe he's singing.
Yeah, keeping track of the
All right.
food items in the refrigerator is the key thing. Yeah, I like having everything ready to go. I made myself a little lunch for tomorrow or something. Okay. Yeah, so Bernie Sanders made this. Bernie Sanders made that. Bernie Sanders had a heart attack, and he's very likely to have another one if he keeps the stress level up. Just relax. Yeah. Just don't freak so much, you know? He's so attack dog-ish that it's bad. It's like a type A personality. You shouldn't be that way. Bernie, if you're listening, slow down. It's funny how Bernie acquired the legalization campaign that I've had for 8 years. And now it sounds like something it's only he has.
Oh, he wants legalization.
Well, he does, but he doesn't even have a plan to tax it. I mean, I've even laid out a tax plan that we could bring revenue back and put it toward environmental cleanup. Mm-hmm. The thing about Bernie is there's no specifics in anything he says. Like, remember when he offered 14 million jobs in 2016? He didn't say what one of those jobs is. He just said, we're going to give you 14 million jobs. Very passionate, yeah, but promising people things is the sign of a despot. Hitler promised all these things for Germany too. What bothers me about Bernie is he hates Israel. I mean, how many Jewish men hate Israel? You know, and why does he hate Israel? That's what I don't get it. Okay, it's time for Sarah's back rub. So let me pull her off screen here. Hang
Sorry.
on. No, that's okay. I'll just. There we go. She deserves a back rub. And if she's getting some sort of a cold that she may have gotten, because we don't have the corona in our area except for 30 miles away. Yeah. I know you want a neck rub too.
Oh no, yeah.
Okay, so poor Sarah, she works all week long, but I have to do the show by, standing here.
Poor David, he has to work all week long on this show.
I don't have to do any of this. This is all because I want to do it. Believe me, if I had to do this, I'd hate it. Your Pope completely confuses you. Your Pope is a globalist who's playing a political game. I've rarely ever heard of a Pope engaging in political discourse. Well, no, we shouldn't focus the legalization funds on criminal justice. No, releasing low-level drug offenders doesn't require a lot of money. This is where Bernie's confused. Releasing low-level drug offenders saves us money. It doesn't cost us money. The money we're going to get, and since Bernie doesn't even have a plan to tax pot, how many days has he been on the campaign? He doesn't even have a plan to tax pot. Thank you, Sarah. He did it his way. You're awesome for coming in and giving me a break again. You didn't have to. I don't want to lay this idea that you have to be in the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. Welcome to your future. We've got some issues going on with, the sun, for one. As you can see, it's burning away, and we're not going anywhere. Well, we just have to harness the energy properly, because this is a future that we can rely on. That's why I think Ra, the sun god, was promoted back in Egyptian times. But I don't believe in Ra, the sun god. But there are certain predictable things in the world. We know solar panels are absolutely essential. So why not bring on the solar rooftop program, which harnesses the power of the magnificent sun? Well, this is an idea where you can get a shovel-ready job for, 6 weeks of training. $20 an hour to install solar panels on top of rooftops. You will have to be bonded with an insurance company. So that'll be part of your, because anybody can fall off the roof. So we'll put together a national insurance company for people to do this as well. And you should get $20 an hour on top of that. So your insurance should be included in your roofing. We should be included in the program. So there's got to be a carrier that would handle a big order like that. Yeah, Fishweir. So this idea was used by Hillary in the campaign that she ran during the debate. And it didn't really dawn on anyone in the Democratic Party who came up with that. And I've been the one that promoted the solar rooftop revolution and have for about 8 years now. So it's kind of difficult to see some idea stolen by any number of people like Hillary Clinton on the solar panel idea, or Amy Klobuchar recently on the double the Pell Grant thing. Somebody said, where do you get your ideas? She said, the internet, meaning me. I guess I am the internet. Hello, sir. I am a first-time viewer, long-time listener here, and wanted to get your thoughts on Bernie Sanders. Okay, well, Bernie's, I should say his overall theme is a win. Stopping big Wall Street excesses. Stopping the abuse on Wall Street. The problem with Bernie is there's no specifics, like I said earlier. In 2016, he offered 14 million jobs, not one specific, whereas I'm offering at least 1 million jobs here between the Homestead Renewal Plan and the Solar Rooftop Revolution. And we can start funding that immediately. Building up our homes, renovating them, getting people a shovel-ready job at $15 an hour to start. This, being a solar power installer, will give you $20 an hour to start. Working in the Homestead Renewal Plan will get you $15 an hour to start, and the chance of owning your own home. Whereas Bernie doesn't have anything like we have. We have these ideas for all of you to pretty much know that we're spelling it out for you, whereas Bernie wants to charge Medicare for all, and we already have Medicaid for all. So this basically is in place now. There's nothing to worry about. What we talk about for our plan is to provide environmental solutions that will help bolster our industry. Many people around the world want more solutions for breathing clean air and clean water. These are areas we can really work on and develop. At the same time, we're doing the solar rooftop installations and carrying on in every other way to build up the homes in America. We have 18 million homes that are empty. And we have 4 million to 5 million people homeless. I mean, let's do the math here. We do need a video voting hand guide, yeah. Yeah, I should. I'll put together all these ideas in one video because there are, of course, you guys can edit all those yourself too. Every one of our shows has everything you need to edit together whatever you want to promote us. And there are editing packages that you have available to you at your computer station right now. You are capable of actually creating this entire movement. But if you choose not to, it is your choice. That or be annihilated by the Russians, who are now taking over Bernie's campaign. Oh, Bernie says no, they're not trying to do that. No, I don't support it. Well, why the hell, Bernie, did you go to Soviet Union on your wedding day? So how much can we really be sure that Bernie won't sell out? That's another thing, too. But let's not forget, Medicare for All will cost us all 52% of our earned income. And some of you don't earn any income, won't cost you anything because you'll be milking off the system. But you can already milk off the system right now. If you get sick, Medicaid will cover everything you got. They'll take everything you own, but they'll also cover everything you got, too. So there is a safety net already in place. Bernie doesn't know that. Bernie wants you to believe that, oh, no, you have no health care everywhere you go. You have no health care. How are you going to get health care? How are you going to go? You're in Vermont and you're having a heart attack and your wife is taking you. How are you going to do it? You know, this is the kind of stuff that Bernie, it's called fear. Don't be in fear. As Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. So just relax. You're covered. Medical coverage is already handled right now. So stop worrying about the system. My system builds up from there. Yeah, we already have this. Medicaid for All is already in place. So, and from this point on, we can actually start building the mobile medical unit system, which will provide low-cost health care. Yes. Looking for a mobile medical system. Man, that runs deep. I've got so many files in here that are so buried that it's almost, yeah, I'm going to have to go in and do some reorganization. Yeah. Anyway, sorry to take you off task, but yeah, there it is. So these mobile medical units right here, for instance, could be put into every single country or city in America. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. If you look at these things up close and personal, you realize, well, how will this unit serve 1,000 to 5,000 people in downtown Chicago? Well, it'll rotate around once every day, and it will provide immediate triage and preventative healthcare solutions, as well as a complete diet plan that you can read out. When your blood is tested, they say, yeah, you're pre-diabetic. This is what to eat. It'll give you the guide to make you live a long life, which will help this country, all of us, save money. Everyone in America, if we could all live a long life, we'll all help our country save money. What the elitists want to do is drain us of our precious bodily fluids, basically. They want to rob us dry. You take every dollar we've got with bad healthcare practices and over costly healthcare practices. Each one of these units will be manned by, say, 4 EMTs, 4 emergency medical technicians that went to school for 6 months to be certified. More than capable of delivering an IV, more than capable of taking blood, and more than capable of providing medicine carefully as they work out of the back of this unit, which will be a Pillomatic, a modern system that's completely automated, capable of providing medicine at a fairly fast rate to people that need it. You just have to, show your QWERTY code that you get when you get your diet plan and flash it in front of the screen and put $15 in the money processor, the cash processor, or swipe a card. And it'll take that money and give you your medicine. Now, say you want 1 gram or 3.5 grams or whatever of marijuana. It will also provide that. Now, Bernie's plan, he doesn't have an idea like the mobile medical unit system. This is what I came up with. Trump actually thought it was his idea and talked about it, and it never arrived. He never materialized. Outlawing homosexuality, Final Dream, is really not the way to go. You're not going to be able to outlaw homosexuals. Okay? Yeah. Good luck with that. If you try to outlaw homosexuality, it only creates more, man. Look what happened in Russia. Do you know how many closet homosexuals have cornhole parties with Wesson oil in Russia? Does anybody know? I don't know. I don't even know if there's an underground gay society there, but it's not my thing. So why do you want to bring it up? Yeah, Russia outlawed gay people. Look what happened with that. It's unbelievable. Seriously, why don't you just respect people for their desire to do whatever they want in the privacy of their own home? That's what we have right now. What's the problem? It isn't fair for transsexuals to break women's track records. Yeah, I'm very concerned about the recent studies showing women in track who are transgender that complete and obviously win. Sure, I'm very upset about that. But I'm just one guy. One guy who happens to look like Abraham Lincoln. That's right, my fellow Americans. It's time for the Abe Lincoln Hour. My fellow Americans, it is my great goal to bring change to America that we once had, a nation that we can defend and believe in. But I'm back, and I'm gonna make it better than ever. Remember the Reconstruction? Well, we'll have the Reconstruction. We'll redo the entire country, reconstructing everything with a homestead renewal plan. That's right. Okay, getting back to the homestead renewal plan. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Excuse me, Mr. Lincoln, could you please leave? Thank you. Let's just forget it. Let's get back to the homestead renewal plan. Thank you. Medicaid for all, by the way, is already in place. You don't have to worry about it. That's why I'm trying to reiterate, calm you down. Medicare for all is not needed. Don't let the Democrats make you too frightened about everything. David, so you're talking about forcing everyone who wants medical care to get a tattoo? No. The thing about my plan, Medicaid for all, is it already works, and it's going just fine, except the quality of health care is declining for people of low income. So the mobile medical unit idea is the way to get this thing rolling. My fellow Americans. No, I don't want to force anybody anything. That's the thing. This is all opportunity, not forced. Nothing's forced here. The Democrats want to tell you what to do. They want to regulate you. I don't want to regulate you. I want to give you options. You want private health care? Get private health care. It's perfectly fine right now. Let the insurance companies compete. Our ideas are based on a theory we call hybrid capitalism, which give the American people a chance to actually build up their own income. Once we legalize marijuana, we'll build up their own income and provide solutions that they can grow individually to improve their personal assets. All the while, we start business enterprises that pay the government back with our infrastructure bank. Now, the infrastructure bank will offer a chance for people to start their own business, get a 2% loan. That's a pretty fair offer. You might even consider buying a motel. I mean, some of you would love a 2% loan. And the only stipulation is that you have to be a U.S. citizen, and you also have to have hire only U.S. citizens, and you have to pay them $15 an hour. So this is an incentive plan to do that. Say you want to open up your own pot retailing store, and in your area there's a demand, and you know people smoke pot, so you'll be allowed to do that. We would give you an infrastructure bank loan to do that. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to start American businesses. Now, many of you Americans know that over the past 30, 40 years, illegal aliens have come into this country and gotten $50,000, $60,000 loans to start their own gas stations and liquor stores. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing for those illegal aliens to do that, but our system has been set up to help you very little. You are the citizens, and we have nothing offering you anything. So this offers you something. This is not a Democrat idea. This is our idea. We have real specifics here, and they don't. And that's what makes this party so important. A third party can do this. We can rewrite things. The Medicaid for All plan is already in place, so we don't have to change anything. Legalized marijuana will help those people who want it medicinally. That's about all we can say about that. But that's my idea. I'm the one who's actually put together a plan to earn income from that for our government. So our government gets a return on investment. And that's essentially what hybrid capitalism is all about. And Sarah and I came up with this idea in order to stimulate the economy. Now, if we don't give the American people money directly, they're never going to be able to do anything. We really are in an opportunity situation where we can grow individually as well as a nation. And I think getting that thing rolling is the key. So I'm also offering the amazing and unbelievable actually universal basic income. And the universal basic income plan is laid out very simply. $500 a month for anyone who's not currently getting Social Security or disability. Just looking for my thing right here. Hang on. There it is. $500 a month per U.S. adult citizen who's not collecting Social Security or disability. So if you're on disability right now, you will definitely continue getting your disability. And if you're on disability with food stamps, you'll be getting that too. Many of you have had your food stamps cut. One of our supporters, Add the One, said that he had his food stamps cut recently by Donald Trump, and he's in a wheelchair. So that would never happen. All of your food stamps would be restored under this plan. Anybody who's got food stamps prior to 2020 would get their food stamps reinstated. So obviously, who doesn't want $500 a month? Well, I'm the kind of guy that doesn't want to be harassed by the government. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't want to even be involved with the government. I'm running for president, and I don't even like our government. I want to change our government. That's how I am. So here I am thinking, well, would I even qualify or apply for this? And I personally wouldn't. Not that I don't want $500 free dollars a month from Uncle Sam. It's just that I don't want the hassles. And for me, it's a point of pride. There are a lot of you that will not take food stamps because you're you're proud people, and you don't believe in being, doles on living off the dole. I'm the kind of person that is really proud that way. But if I had a family and I had kids and every one of those kids needed to eat, I'd want only that. I'd want that, plus I'd want any free food I could get or WIC funds or whatever money is available. So I understand people are going to need money, and this is what this is about. This is really, and a lot of people won't even apply for this. They don't want to even carry an EBT card. But this will be available to anybody in America, especially our veterans who right now are really, really depressed. We lose 22 veterans a day, die from suicide. And a lot of them are in the streets dying. And I'm not making this up. They fought for our country. They risked their life so that we'd have a better country. And we're leaving them out in the lurch. This gets them the money they need. So Bernie doesn't have this plan. Bernie won't even go along with the universal basic income. So don't think Bernie's your answer. He's not. Ironically, Andrew Yang took this idea I had, and he admitted he got his ideas from online. Okay? A lot of these people took our ideas, and then he doubled the amount to $1,000 a month, and many of your people are going, yeah, we want $1,000 a month. Our government cannot afford $1,000 a month right now. I'm sorry to say, but we are almost tapped out. Don't listen to Donald Trump. He's a joke. They say that our government is $23 trillion in debt. It's way more than that when you look at the big picture. Our Social Security Trust Fund is in danger. They say it'll default by 2030. That's very possible. We may even need a restructuring of the entire financial system, but that's not something a president can do. It has to come through Congress. But what I can do is get this together, even if it has to come out of the executive branch right here. We can offer you this, even if I have to pull it together out of the executive branch, and I could, theoretically, as president, do that. Hello to Andrew Yang, if you're watching. Thank you, Andrew, for taking my idea and doubling it, but it was too much. And we were talking about that, Sarah and I. Why did Andrew Yang appear awkward in the last debate before he gave up? And it became clear. All he was doing was promising the $1,000 a month. He doesn't come up with other ideas. He didn't have a broad spectrum of ideas to save the nation. Okay, Dave, are you going to cash 10 UFC? No, we're not going to play any of the UFC fight tonight. Sorry. We're all about anti-war, anti-violence. This is a sustainable show. We're not about people killing each other. I'm an anti-war activist, online activist. I've been fighting wars since 2010 here on our show. The Saturday show started as an anti-war show. We didn't have a Saturday show for a couple of years. And Sarah and I thought, well, can we afford to go off the air for, for 2 days? Because we used to enjoy our Saturdays as well as our Sundays. And I said to myself, I'm going full bore. I'm not going to stop. I can't stop and I won't stop. Thanks, Dave. I get food stamps, and so does everyone in my family. Each of my 9 kids have a food stamp card. Free $200 a month. Wow. You refuse to work and will never get a job working, so suckers. So we appreciate your support. Candidates, you're welcome. Hey, Food Stamp Dave, I got news for you, but your kids won't have a $200 allowance on their food stamps. Sorry, buddy. But your whole program will drop down to your mom and your dad they'll get $500 a month in EBT money. Yeah. Your mom will qualify and your dad will. So the family will have $1,000 you'll spread around. Right now you're getting $1,800. So I'm sorry, Food Stamp Dave, but we can't give you that amount of money. We're cutting back on a lot of people like you. You're abusers. You're trying to cheat the system, and we don't have a place for you. We know you're out there, though. We know you're trying to scam the American government and take Uncle Sam's money. Oh, yeah. I haven't worn my wigs in a while. It may be getting time. Anyone with no disabilities can easily fake it and start getting disability. It's very easy to fake a mental illness. Oh, yeah. Well, the government right now under Trump is trying to roll everybody who's disabled over the coals. Coronavirus hoax parts from awake souls. Whoa, this is interesting. Thank you, Scissor Fight. This is from December 1st, 1996. Oh, sorry, wrong story. I'm one behind you. Okay, this is a story that's relevant to today. Sorry, I take that back. Okay, here we go.
Especially children who have a pneumonia but has no symptom of fever or cough, which means that it is not easy to recognize these cases of novel coronavirus infection, which makes the control of this outbreak more difficult.
So it's more difficult because they've invented the coronavirus and they don't know who has it because it's not real.
They're saying that there's no symptoms, so it's very difficult to diagnose it because it doesn't have any symptoms.
Now, this is a very interesting group on the internet who, Crossing the Line is going to cover this. They actually believe that the coronavirus is a hoax and that you are being played to push toward vaccinations, that we're all being played to think that, oh, it's coming, we better all vaccinate. They've been trying to push vaccinations with the avian flu, H1N1, H2N5, the Zika virus, the swine flu virus. I mean, you name it, they've been pushing it. And now it's the, of course, coronavirus rebuilt. So I'm actually very interested in listening to hoax videos about this because I personally don't think we should freak out yet. But I do believe that Donald Trump should have blocked all Chinese immigrants into our country. And he made a big mistake when he allowed those planes to come in and drop people who are infected from Wuhan in our country, seeding of the potential for a mass pandemic. Now, talk about deceit. This story has been permeating around the internet. Thank you, Scissor Fight. The lethal dangers of the billion-dollar business. Yeah, this is almost unbelievable. Let me show this to you. Haul it out here. Bring it on out, Dave. Yeah. Haul her out. There we go. The lethal dangers of the billion-dollar vaccine business with government approval. Now, this is from CNN Money in 1996, December 1st, 1996. They were talking about this, and somehow this was knocked off the internet. But this is what our government has done over the past, 24 years. They've systematically tried to shut down any real questions about the vaccine safeties. And they call everybody name calling now. They call them anti-vaxxers. Anybody who says simply, we want to know more. We want to have our questions answered. Anyway, it goes on to say drug companies sell vaccines that can leave your child brain damaged, can spread polio from your baby to you and even kill it, and even kill. Safer stuff is available. Here's what you haven't been getting it. And it goes on to talk about all these things. Yes, vaccines are indispensable. They save lives, cutting the number of U.S. deaths to about 5 last year, for example. But then they go on and talk about the reactions people have had to vaccines. So it's a mixed bag. You get the good aspects of the vaccines. You know, some of the people, obviously people have major potential health threats with smallpox and polio and whatnot, but the reality is they were warning us of the potential problems and adverse reactions back in 1996, and this study was completely suppressed. Wow. And somebody pulled it up off the internet. It must have been buried in archive.org, right? I don't know. It's still there. The link is still good. Wow. Well, you know what I do with links like that, Scissor Fight? I put them right there in my personal cloud storage device, which I have exclusively for me. Well, let's be clear. We are currently being under attack. Hold, please, while we intercept. Yeah, I will personally add that to my file. Yeah. That's something I keep, you know, because you never know. These are going to be scrubbed off the internet. That's fantastic. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Well, let's be clear. Yes, I was telling Sarah that somebody came in our room and said that they had smoked crack with Barack Obama recently in Martha's Vineyard. And Sarah said, yeah, sure. I mean, you know, anybody can say that, Dave. And I said, well, it sounded really credible, you know? And she said, well, so of course it sounded credible. You want to believe it. And I said, well, I mean, the cadence, everything they said, you say the HTML. Yeah, that's what I do too. Yeah, anyway, of course you want to believe it. It sounds credible because you want to believe it. Right. You can pull it up later with front page. Oh, yeah. You betcha. You know, Greek God, you and Final Dream both are concerned about the problem of homosexuals preying on heterosexuals in our chat room. And I must tell you, I am too. I've become very despondent about the way that gay people come into our show. You know, and it's interesting to note that, and I'll say this categorically, I'm not pro-LGBTQ. You know that, right? I definitely think that that sounds very racist. But I have no racist tendencies either. You did do the blackface video, David? I know, Jimmy. I know, but I didn't mean any bad by it. I'm just trying to do free speech, you know, making fun of a bad New World Order president, Barack Obama. I still think it's racist and wrong. But no, I believe that we have an issue that we obviously need to resolve here. LGBTQ is pushing an agenda to normalize gayness. And gays only occupy at the most 10% of our population. 5% admit that they're gay. The other 5%, you know, whatever they are. But gays and transgenders definitely shouldn't be discriminated against. I don't think at any government level we should do that. But if we follow the Democrats and their agenda, we'll be telling mom and pop restaurants that you better hire 3 or 4 transgenders or you won't be able to get, you know, you'll be taxed. There'll be a tax dividend on you or something. You'll have to be penalized. That Democrats would do that. And I think that that's the wrong way to go. I believe that we have to move toward the middle. The normalization of America, most of us are heterosexual. And only gay people generally try to solicit heterosexuals to become gay. I don't know of many heterosexuals that are soliciting, gay people to become heterosexual, with the exception of maybe men who try to attack or force sex upon lesbians. But that's mostly it's gay men hitting on heterosexual men, or gay women hitting on heterosexual women. So it's really a problem of sexual harassment that we really have to address. Not the liberalization that the Democrats are characterizing everything. Not this constant need to be nice and not say anything bad and, stifle free speech, create hate speech legislation. If you call someone the F word for, calling a homosexual the F word, that's a hate speech. I mean, so I think that is going to impinge upon our freedom of speech, which will destroy the essence of America. If you're gay and you have to, go have a gay pride event, do it. Yeah. We want you to fight for your rights, but do we as a nation have to move in that collective direction? Hell no. You can't force that on people. I don't. No, I don't have sexual relations with myself in the mirror. But you might, Hank. Yeah, you might find yourself very special. ATP fan 1488 just said his uncle signed in from northeastern Peru. He informed me today and found his account had been banned. Absolutely. I will unban all right now. I am unbanning all to help your uncle in northeastern Peru get access to the show. I've unbanned everybody. There you go. The magic power of unbanning. Well, luckily we cleared a lot of stuff off the docket tonight. We haven't really taken on a lot of issues because it's so difficult to think when we're trying to have a sustainable Saturday show. It's so much easier not to think. So I don't want to force you to think in the show. Yeah, exactly. If you had a straight pride event in our country where straight men got up and fought for their rights, you definitely, the Democrats would say that's sexist. Anytime you fight for either, say you're white, you're fighting for your right to be white, or heterosexual, you're called a racist or a sexist. It's terrible. And now black people are actually saying overtly that they don't want white people in their groups. You're that black woman in a college that said, I don't want white people in my groups. It's like, oh, well, that's not what equal opportunity and civil rights is all about, lady. We white people and black people and Hispanic and Asian people, we all have the same civil rights. The civil rights movement was not just about black people. I have to explain that to people. They don't get that. I knew this African American briefly in college. He walked up to me and had this experience of a lifetime where I was just sitting outside getting some fresh air because we were in break time. And he walked right up to me and he said, so what do you think about the civil rights movement? And I said, it's a great movement. It's helped a lot of people get access to rights and freedoms. And he said, why do you don't know nothing about the civil rights movement? I went, whoa, whitey. Well, first of all, the words I don't know nothing means I know a lot about the civil rights movement, because that's a double negative. And he took back, he's like, what? What do you think you're going to get on your paper? What kind of grade you going to get on your paper? And I'm going, well, I don't know. He's a pretty tough Jewish professor. I'm going to say maybe a B plus, considering he's, He said, I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get an A plus. Now, how do you know that? Well, I bought my paper, he said. $25. And I'm going, whoa, this is unbelievable. This guy bought his way into college, bought his paper, and you want to know the clincher here is he did get an A plus on that paper, and I did get a B. So, yeah, I think he was even a B minus, actually. I don't know. The Jewish professor did not like me at all, because I'm white. So I've been prejudiced against by a lot of people. And that's not cool, but hey, I don't blame black people for, you know, being angry and feeling like white people have entitlement, but they don't. White people have been, we're on an even plane. We had affirmative action. We don't have entitlement, girl. So if Stacey Abrams wants to run for president, she can. Anybody can. Pete Buttigieg could run for president, and he's doing it. The CIA put him up to it. They made a pretty good job of doing it. He can't even talk about 3 years he worked at the McKinsey Group, Pete Buttigieg. It's weird. It's a secret public relations firm that works for the CIA. Trump's new spy chief used to work for a foreign politician the U.S. accused of corruption. Wow. Richard Grenell did not disclose payments for advocacy work on behalf of a Moldovan politician whom the U.S. later accused of corruption. His own office policy says that could leave him vulnerable to blackmail. So here Donald Trump, not vetting people as usual, putting them in the cabinet and wondering why he has to fire 45 people. You're fired. Oh, you're from Moldavia? Oh, that's too close to Russia. You're fired. I don't want to be known for knowing anybody in Russia anymore. But Trump, no, Trump embraces it. Of course Trump wants a Moldavian access point. Trump's building a Russian empire in the United States. So he's not going to fire this guy. They already have control. Yeah, Ocasio-Cortez was in a straight pride parade event, ends with police injuries, dozens of arrests. Fox News. Ocasio is in the midst of the brawl over gay rights. Jeez. Let's take a look. And Bernie Sanders is projected winner of the Nevada caucuses. Those trailing behind Sanders include former VP Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, and Mayor Pete Buttigieg. It is Buttigieg in French, by the way. Trump even weighed in on the issues. Looks like crazy Bernie is doing well in the great state of Nevada. Biden and the rest look weak, and no way Mini Mike can restart his campaign after the worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates. Congratulations, Bernie, and don't let them take it out away from you. Of course he wants Bernie to run because they know that Bernie will lose to Donald Trump. Well, yeah, I think we have to look at a simple fact here. Let's just, on the simple good looks portion of the show, Bernie Sanders looks like let's just say a turd compared to Donald Trump. And I got to say, Donald Trump, you look marvelous. This is Bernie Sanders, okay? Right. They're saying that Bernie's going to beat Donald looks better. Donald has a better appearance. Donald takes care of his skin better. Bernie's got those cancer sores on his side. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah, I mean, just look at how nice Donald looks when he's all fixed up, ready to go. Let's get a good picture of Donald, shall we? There's so many to choose from. Like even this one. You know? You got to admit, Donald Trump is a better looking guy than Bernie and his little finger, you know? And now if it's a battle between the perverts, Bernie did claim that a woman wanted to be raped by 3 men simultaneously. And Donald did say that a woman wants to be grabbed by the, vagina. I did unban all. I did. /unban all. Correct. Biden looks pretty bad too. Is Biden still in the race? I thought he dropped out. Oh, he's still in the race? Okay. Bernie, if you're listening, let's take a look at Biden and see how I still contend Bernie does not. Now there is a damn handsome man. Look at that. Now I got to tell you, Biden definitely would beat. Oh yeah, Biden is a good-looking man for his age. Are you kidding me? You ladies, aside from his creepy behavior, you got to admit he looks pretty good. Am I right? Of course you're right, Dave. If you read about how the straight pride parade was organized, it was by 3 men, 2 of which were gay. I don't care. The straight pride movement is not really an issue here, slow modes? Are any of you getting turned on right now? Okay, just relax. There's no it's not unusual to get excited during the show. When you see things you don't even know. Da 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 da. I'm fine. News report, you have been in violation of the chat rules. I'm muting you because I believe that you're a troll. Yes, so good luck getting back into this world of chat. Okay. As Bernie gets closer and closer to being the nominee, corporate media sounds more and more deranged. Really? That looks like fun. Okay, come on, Donald, stop with the nasty stuff here. And Joe, you're looking good. Yeah, Trump was fingering something, I'm telling you. All I know about Trump is that you want to talk to Trump, you got to go through Vladimir. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm working on my New York accent, just in case, things kind of heat up with a New Yorker versus a Vermonter. Hey, I don't want to scare any of you. Notice how I've been avoiding the coronavirus tonight? There's a dead person on the screen. I didn't want to blow you away, but it's an ongoing worry as to why we have no feed out of the Asian area. You want to play Mr. Right? Okay, if you insist. I am not sure why. I'll do Mr. Right light.
Too good to be true.
This is an ATP production. America's third party. So, as you can see, I made the song. I am the person. I'm working on a whole new line of music, by the way. Yeah. It just started my new creative process. As you know, I'm a completely self-actualized person. David, word on the street, Mr. Right's being played at gay clubs all over the world. Wow. No kidding. Mr. Shite? I'm not a Shiite, sir. Guess 461. Is the sky real? Cal1412 said, is the sky real? Yes. We are a very, very small planet in an infinite universe, as Carl Sagan used to say. Our planets look just like the other planets. You know, it took Galileo and Copernicus and Bruno to die, burn at the stake, for me to say that. So yeah, I stand behind the whole Earth theory. I'm not a flat earther like Donald Trump. No. You are wrong. You have been banned 14,000 times. No, you guys who think the earth is flat, listen to some sort of BS story that was promoted on the internet by the CIA. You see, what happened was our government lied to us about the moon landing. Just throwing it out there. Hey, William, how you doing? Who sang the song for you? What did you sample? William Shatner. Hello. Welcome to the show. I am here to be your chat host. I am David, the online chatter. It was created originally by Magix. The program is available online at magix.com, magix.com. And William, I got to tell you, you like music and you seem like a very creative guy. You did Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Brilliant, by the way. Check out this great program, magix.com. You'll be amazed. It's free. and that Mr. Right song is embedded in it. The thing is, I used it in a way that makes total perfect sense of the lyrics. It's just a perfect blend. So I have an ear for things, and I bring it all together. Whenever I hear something good, I place it here, and then I hear something good, I place it there. And I've done a lot of audio editing ever since my radio days. And I've been involved in radio and TV since 1971, when my prototype was first delivered at the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. Now, I'm really trying to, kind of stop the homosexual conversion of heterosexuals. I consider it sexual harassment. And I think the Democrats are representing people who sexually harass people by pushing for these normalization of sexual values in our culture. And I'm standing up against it. I flat out think it's a manipulation of our culture. And frankly, you know what it's really about? It's really about the New World Order. It's really about them wanting to depopulate, them wanting to not have babies. So they turn you into gay or incel or MGTOW, and all of you are very, very insular, and you don't have the ability to have children. So it's a win-win for them. Let's take a look.
Spikes going medieval on Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I'm picturing Michael Bloomberg with kind of a club with spikes going medieval on Bernie Sanders. Yeah,
I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. Corporate media is not getting deranged at all. Bernie Sanders he's got about as much buzz as he had when he was slightly under Hillary in terms of popularity. He's carrying 25 million people in the Democratic Party. The same people that wanted Obama to save the nation with Obamacare. When none of these people even are aware that Obama is homosexual, that he's married to a transgender woman. Yeah. None of them really want to know these things, or that Obama had relations with Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you very Larry. Larry, appreciate that. And let's not forget, just for all of you who haven't seen this image, Michelle Obama dancing on the Ellen DeGeneres show many years ago, but showing full well that she has a little package there between her legs. So, come on, folks. We've been lied to by the Obamas. If you were a Democrat and thought that they were the real thing, they both said to each other, I can't believe we pulled this off when they left the office of the presidency. Yeah, well, I don't want them to pull anything off, frankly. I think we need to get this thing revealed to the American people and stop this insanity. Well, let's be clear. Okay, we're approaching a point where we have to talk about something really important here. Homeless Hank said that Elon Musk wants to download human brains onto a computer hard drive. What do you think, Dave? I think Elon Musk is deluded. And these people, they're all transhumanists. And they all are deluded. They have no idea that their soul is embodied in their body. That their heart and soul has a connection. Somehow these transhumanists think that somehow if we implant a chip in our brain, we're going to somehow be magically put into the cyber universe, the cloud, and have eternal youth and immortality. They're out of their mind. The only way to immortality is through fruity enzyme spray. The rest is all BS. Yeah, I'm not going to give you immortality in any capacity. There's no way transhumanists will re-upload their personality to another being and all of a sudden carry on. It stops when your essence disappears. Now, back in the 1970s, parapsychologists in the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, spent a lot of effort in discovering that humans have a type of electrical emission that comes off of their body. And it was through Kirlian photography that they were able to understand this electrical emission. Some of us have a higher emission than others, and they tested this. Now what this is it's a soul or a spirit, and it can't be quantified. That's why we have religious beliefs, to try to understand it. And if you're a scientific empiricist and believe everything can be figured out in science, you may fall for that crap. The reality is, yeah, you better cut back on your high salt diet, JMIX, for one. Always avoid high salt if you got high blood pressure. And number two, don't engage in eating fats or sugars or carbohydrates late at night. Stop eating at about 8:30. You'll be better off, much healthier. Yeah, I cut myself off at 8:30 myself. The body itself is a vestibule of our spirit, based on religious beliefs. I'm not here to talk or espouse religion, but if you believe that transhumanism is the key, that's absurd. We all have one shot at this particular life. If you're a Buddhist, you may believe in many lives. But we all have one shot at this life, so your body really is the vestibule of this God essence, if you want to call it that. And it's really something that you need to protect and defend. So eating the right foods, drinking filtered water, avoiding toxins, that's your key to immortality. Not living a life of debauchery, eating fast food every day, and slopping up sugar water at night when you go to bed. Avoid that and you'll live longer. Right. Did I say 8:30? I meant 8 o'clock. Thanks, Homeless Hank. Yeah, not even fruit. Yeah. But I cut off at 8:30. I'm a late night eater, and I've paid the price for it as I got older. I don't own a Buddha. I'm not into worshiping false idols before me. I take the 10 Commandments seriously. Graven objects even, and people. I'm not a big people worshiper. Dave, I didn't get a metal detector from Mark, Mad Dog. You did. I don't need the metal detecting where my place is here. You can do that where you are. I don't need one from Mark. Mark got you one, though. Mark has been paying people off left and right because he's so guilty. Oh, Mark made so much money censoring me. Now he's got this unbelievable amount of guilt. No, I never went to a mosh pit. I was a punk rocker. I was not a heavy metal guy or a mosh pit guy. I was more of a punk rocker. My scene was in Hollywood. Yeah, I performed at the Lhasa Club one night. I've done a lot of miniature little gigs that were extremely memorable. I did a one night amateur night at the Comedy Store. It was incredible. They made a video about me, which I thought was pretty impressive. And I didn't think at the time that the people that made the video created the character was that they were even, I had over 150 agents at the club that watched me. But they created a character that many of you may have, talked. And I don't know if this is exactly true, but I was told by the people I knew in Hollywood that I used to say, man, this guy who's doing this shtick really looks a lot like me, for one, and he speaks like me. And it became pretty obvious that it was like a strike-off of me, unfortunately. And lo and behold, we got a character known as Max Headroom.
This is Max Headroom.
This is a character that was, it came out 2 years after I did my Comedy Store skit. And I was completely taken by the whole thing. And people were saying, why does this guy talk like you? And why does he do all these voices and all this? And the people I talked to said, no, David, you are Max Headroom. And these people were in the know. They worked at major studios. So I don't know if there was a connection. But I can see that there was, 2 years after my first little shtick there, It did seem really odd that the character had taken on the same shtick I did in front of this group of people at the Comedy Store. Anyway, to make a long story short, I am going to leave with this signing message to all of the Americans here in this room. I am not Max Headroom. All right, everyone. Good night. Thank you for coming into the show. It has been a pleasure. Be well.
And what you're about to witness is one of the most sinister-sounding intros to a trailer to one of the greatest epics ever produced in the history of television. And there's more.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important message. The show is over. Hey, thanks for everybody coming in. I appreciate it. It's been fun. We can't do the show every night, but we can certainly hang out on Saturdays, and I will be back on Monday with another relaxing endorsement of marijuana legalization, infrastructure bank loans of 2%. Right, we're going to come up with all kinds of conspiracy theories, but most of all, recognize that Clinton can enter the race at any time, and we're going to wonder if Bloomberg's got more life in him. There is talk of Clinton running with Bloomberg. If that happens, it'll be a kind of a strange, weird, reminiscent experience of yesteryear. Yeah, I don't know if we can handle that. I think we've had enough of her. Take care.